we'll wing it. Thanks.
I know
Nice
they're
to
trying to clear one lane on I-5, but that's about all I know.
Yeah, okay. It'll be better by then. This is okay. Hello, everyone.
I'm gonna skip back up because I see Eden Olson just came on.
Are we doing introductions here?
Yeah, sorry.
No worries. Sorry, I couldn't get Teams to work, but here I am. I'm Eden Olson, Polk Soil and Water Conservation District board member.
Welcome. Kelly Dawes.
Good morning. I am Kelly Dawes, the Director of Finance and Operations at Tualatin SWCD. And I've been around since about 2008. And Jeff, I'm in Canby and there's not one flake of snow at my house. But I haven't been out to I-5.
And then Kevin Porter, I know you.
Hello, Kevin Porter, District Manager, Polk Soil and Water. Been there since November 28th.
Okay. Lacey Townsend.
Good morning, Lacey Townsend with the Tualatin SWCD Executive Director.
And then Luke Vanderzanden.
Sorry, yes, Luke Vanderzanden. I'm a new director for the Tualatin Soil Water District. Started in January.
All right, welcome. Michael Wirt.
Good morning. I'm a director for the Yamhill Soil and Water Conservation District and have been for less than a month.
All right, welcome. And then Morgan Neal.
Good morning. Morgan Neal with the Polk SWCD. Been there for a little over a year. Staff, happy to see some familiar faces. Good morning. Thank you.
I've still got more here. Lots of folks here today. It's great. Nick Chasuk. Sorry if I said your name wrong.
No, that's okay. I'm a new director at Yamhill Soil and Water Conservation District. Started in January.
And Eric, we know you. Peggy Hart.
I'm Peggy Hart. I'm a new director at Marion Soil and Water Conservation District.
You look cold. Are you cold? You got your...
No, I always dress this way to save heat in the house.
Okay. It's all bundled up. How about Scotty?
Scott Walker, Solid Water, Marion Soil and Water Director.
Right. Welcome. And Susie Cloutier, and I can't see the rest of your last name.
Oh, that was very close. Hi, I'm Susie Cloutier. I'm a conservation specialist with the Clackamas Soil and Water Conservation District.
Right. I think that's it, Eric. If I didn't call your name and you'd like to introduce yourself, let us know. Otherwise, we're done. Introductions.
Great. So just to let you know, we are recording this. Generally, I do not record these, but we have had a couple requests from folks that would love to see this. So hopefully this is the best one I do, all of them. So because it is the one I'm recording. It's a little more awkward doing these online. You'd think after 3 years it would be less awkward, but I still find them awkward, a little hard to get participation sometimes. The goal for today for much of this stuff, especially this first part where we're discussing kind of the basics of what it means to be a director and how you relate to ODA, and as the big three things for me are public records law, public meeting law, and ethics, is I can't teach you everything. It's a whole lot of stuff. And so we're just going to kind of basically skim the surface of a lot of things, especially the public records and public meeting and ethics laws. I am more than happy to come out to your districts and do more in depth. I like to do things in modules, 20 or 30 minutes, which fit into the middle of board meetings, which is perfect for some of these things. And then also I can come out and do, sometimes I'll do an hour before a board meeting, or sometimes just a work session where it's a couple hours on its own. I have a whole slew of different topics that I do it on. That list is available on the ODA website. I believe that list was also inserted into the booklets, the folders that we sent out to all the new directors. So if you're new directors, you should have gotten those. If you've been around a while and you want one of those folders, and it has Oregon Revised Statute 568, the ethics guide, and some fact sheets in it, just let me know and we'll get that mailed out to you. We'll also be posting online, so it could be downloaded too. So the way we're going to do this today, I did send out, I believe, an agenda. We found out this first section goes a little bit longer, which is fine, depends on how many questions we have. We'll take ample breaks. I feel no one can really sit for more than 45 minutes without taking at least a few minutes. So I'm a believer in doing that, so we'll do that. Feel free to ask questions. Karen's going to monitor the chat for me and the hand raising. And so if you do have any questions, feel free to ask. I like questions. I will probably ask a few questions for a little bit of feedback from you folks, but that's how it's going to go today. So just give me a moment here so I can get the first presentation up. All right, just going to double check, make sure that you're seeing the screen. It says new director orientation up there on the first slide.
Yep, seeing it.
Anyone? 25 people out there. This is where it's a little bit harder when we do it online. So, all right. So what we're going to talk about today, we're going to talk a little bit about Oregon Revised Statute 568, which defines who you are. Go a little bit over the Board of Directors' powers and protections and responsibilities. We're going to do a little bit more in the other sections later today. Talk a little bit about how you relate to the Department of Agriculture and the SWC program and the Ag Water Quality Program. And then, as I mentioned, kind of the big three things, which as new directors and also employees. So if you're a new employee, and I'm glad we have some out there, you actually have to follow these laws too. So it's very good for you to know these two. So what you'll hear many times are these different terms for who you are. You'll hear the term special district. That's probably one of the best terms. Special districts are defined under statute, and you are on the same level as irrigation districts, park and rec districts, library districts, rural fire protection districts. All those kind of little special districts that are out there, they're all special districts. You'll also be called a municipal corporation. That's a corporation that's related to government. It's a special, often in for the tax purposes and stuff, that's what you're called. And then you also heard the term, you're a subdivision of state government. And that's another term that you'll hear about how you're called. So all three of these, as well as being a soil and water conservation district, is terms that you'll hear sometimes, but they all define who you are. What you're not, because sometimes this comes up, is you're not a not-for-profit or a nonprofit or a 501 whatever. Certainly not a non-governmental organization, and you're not a private corporation. This doesn't mean, though, that what you do get sometimes are people who want to donate money to the district, and they say, well, are you a 501c3? Can you take funds, take donations? Yes, you're allowed to take donations that are possibly tax deductible, depending on the donator's tax position and stuff like that. Because you're a government is allowed to print, give a receipt and then have it deducted from people's taxes as much as they're allowed to by the law. So if anyone does want to make a donation, they're going, well, you're not a 501c, you can say we are allowed to take a tax deductible donation from anyone. There's this law, it was a court case back from the 1800s called Dillon's Rule. And Dillon's Rule basically says that as a local government, which you are, You can only exercise those powers that the legislature has allowed you to through statute or necessarily implied. So your expressly provided statutes law will be Oregon Revised Statute 568, which we'll talk about in a moment. Necessarily implied are those that you need to implement. So for instance, when we look through Oregon Revised Statute 568, it doesn't say anything about your ability to hire employees, and yet you can. It doesn't say anything about your ability to go and purchase pens and pencils and laptops, but yet you can. In some instances, the law may not say for some special districts you can't enter into contracts, but you can because you need to. That's necessarily implied. There actually are specific things in 568 that does talk about entering into contracts. But so this is important because, as we'll talk about in a minute, if you're not expressly provided for doing something, you can't. And there have been instances where soil and water conservation districts have wanted to do things, have been asked to do things, and yet they've had to say no. So Oregon Revised Statute 568, that's the primary statute related to soil and water conservation districts. There are other statutes out there that you have to follow. For instance, Oregon Revised Statute 198, which is related to special districts in general. And of course, then you have to follow public contracting statutes, ethics statutes, all those other statutes, employment statutes. But this is the main one that's really important to soil and water conservation districts. And just so you understand, you'll hear the term Oregon Administrative Rules also. Both of these have the same force of law. Statutes just are laws enacted by the legislature, and rules are enacted by state agencies, usually to expand upon and make usable the statutes that the legislature has passed. But they both have the same force of law, and you should know the difference between statutes and rules. So 568 section 225 is the policy of the legislature. So we all, or most of us, know the creation myth, as I call it, about soil and water conservation districts that came out of the Dust Bowl days, that the federal government started the Soil Conservation Service, which is now the Natural Resource Conservation Service, NRCS. And that the federal folks needed local partners. And so the different states around the country started the soil and water conservation districts to work with the Soil Conservation Service to work on improving the agriculture production of land and saving soil and then later saving water. That is very true. But it's important also to realize that your legal standing and the legal reason why you exist comes from this policy of the legislature. So the policy of the legislature in subsection 1 here talks about the conservation, protection, and development of renewable natural resources. And that is the policy of the legislature. And then in subsection 2, it says that it's further the policy of the legislature to authorize soil and water conservation districts to participate in effectuating the policy of the legislature. So it's important for you to know that, you know, you have these reasons you exist and you've been doing great things for the last 20, 40, 50, in some areas, 70 years, back since the 1940s. However, there is a legal definition for why you exist, and this is to effectuate the policy on the conservation, protection, development of renewable natural resources of the state. So I encourage all of you, if you've never read Oregon Revised Statute 568, to at least get in there and take a look at section 550. Section 550 is where you'll find the general powers of the board of directors. And it's important, I want to point out, they use the term board of directors for this because it's a collective power. It's what, and we'll talk about what that means in a minute. So if you ever get a chance to look through it, and I do, it's great because it's almost 2 pages long of a great fine government print about what you're allowed to do. And it does everything from conducting surveys and investigations to characterize soil erosion. It allows you to do your soil erosion prevention projects and other natural resource projects and conservation projects. It allows you to do scientific research. It allows you to borrow money. It allows you to buy property. It allows you to have a mortgage. It allows you to enter into contracts for specific purposes. It allows you to, in a limited way, to do economic development. And it's just a whole list of things to do. But because of Dillon's rule, if it's not in this section of Oregon Revised Statute 568 or necessarily implied, you're not allowed to do it. And an example I like to use, and this is a real example, is the Curry Soil and Water Conservation District was asked by the Farm to School program to develop a website and host some gatherings, conferences where the farmers would get together with the schools and school superintendents and the people running the food programs at those schools. So unfortunately in Oregon, or fortunately, it's just how they do it. The farm to school program in Oregon is such that the Department of Agriculture, has money, and then they do a block grant to a nonprofit for farm to school, and that nonprofit goes ahead and then spreads the money across the state to local partners who go ahead and do that. Well, in 568.550, there is a section on economic development, but it says that the district can only enter into contracts for economic development with state and local and federal partners, and it leaves out nonprofits. And therefore, when they were asked to do this, their lawyer said that, you can't do this because it doesn't allow you to enter in a contract with a nonprofit to do economic development work. It's kind of sad, and hopefully maybe we'll change that. But that's an example where a district, you would think it would be something that would be right up the district's alley, would be a great thing, economic development, helping the agricultural community. But because that money came through a nonprofit, they couldn't do it because it was excluded from ORS 568. So I just give you that example so that you're aware that if you come up with some fabulous ideas, thinking outside the box, it is really important to look at your authorizing statute and this section to make sure that you're allowed to do it. Any questions? All right. Hopefully I can have a little public participation here. Go ahead and just shout out. Don't have to raise your hands, but anyone want to answer this question, especially you new folks? What do you think that by just being elected to public office, what does the law allow you to do? Anyone want to take a guess?
Follow the law.
No one wants to. What?
Follow the law.
Well, that's true. I'm asking what you think the law actually says that you're allowed to do. All right, well, you know what's going to do it. So pretty much you don't get to do much at all by being a director of a soil and water conservation district. The only things that you're actually allowed to do by law when you start as a director is attend meetings and vote. That's it. The reason for that is that there is no individual power or authority of individual board members. It's a collective authority, and that's why those powers in 568.550 talks about the powers of the board of directors. It's not about the powers of the board members or the powers of the district. So in order to do anything besides sit there and vote, you have to be granted that authority by the district board. And it has to be done in a motion or resolution or policy, and it has to be recorded in the minutes. So some of those examples for that, I'm going to go back to that. So some of those examples of that, are things like being a check signer. That's why the bank wants to see your minutes to make sure that you've been authorized to be a check signer. But supervision of any employees, talking on behalf of the district, entering into, signing contracts, anything like that. Talking to the bookkeeper. If you're not authorized to talk to the bookkeeper, especially an external bookkeeper, then you shouldn't be talking to them. You have no authority to do anything unless it's authorized by the entire board. This is one of the reasons why it's.
Eric?
Scott? Yes.
If you can say, I think, and then correct me if I'm wrong, I'm giving my personal opinion and is not the opinion of the board, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, you can, Scott. That is very true. That's why I'm a big fan of job descriptions for your board of directors, especially your officers, because your officers, often have, well, I'm the chair, so, generally speaking, if I'm the chair, I get to, call meetings and run meetings. Well, really, unless you've actually given the authority to that person, or better, that position, they don't even have the authority to do those things. The same with like the treasurer. What is the treasurer allowed to do? Can they go and, get reports from the bookkeeper? Can they talk to the auditor? What can they, what is it they're allowed to do? The vice chair, if you have a secretary, what they do. So it's really important to have these job descriptions. Also, because by having a job description that's been passed by the board of directors, those authorities pass along to the different officers and the board members. And then also everyone is on the same page about what they are allowed to do. It is spelled out. And if it's not spelled out, then they know that, oh, I don't have the authority to go do this. So I think it's very important that there's job descriptions. If you don't know your job descriptions because you've just started, hopefully, and you have them as a district, you get them from your manager or your chair or whoever it might be. So one of the important reasons for knowing what you're authorized to do and only doing what you're authorized to do is because of your liability. So the Oregon Tort Claims Act, which covers all government entities in the state of Oregon, is what limits your liability both as an employee or as an agent or a district director or an associate director. And so if someone wants to sue you as the district, generally what happens in a lawsuit is they go, well, we're going to sue the district and we're going to also sue all these individual board members. The Oregon Tort Claims Act what they'll do is they'll throw out the individual lawsuits and then fold it into one lawsuit against the district. That's what the Oregon Tort Claims Act does, as well as limit the claim that someone suing you can make. There's caps to the amount of money that they can do. However, if you look under the bolded underlined part there, it says only acting within the scope of their employment or duties. So if you are acting outside the scope of your duties, if you're doing something you're not authorized to do, you could be and probably will be held personally liable. So I've had the real example where a board member who wasn't the treasurer, wasn't authorized in any way, went to the bookkeeper, they used an external bookkeeper, and said, I have concerns about this payment to this contractor. I want you to not send that check out to the contractor, to hold that check. They weren't authorized to do that. And so if that contractor decided to sue the district for non-payment, probably what would happen is that individual director would have been the target of a lawsuit that they would have been personally liable for because they withheld the check and they were not authorized to withhold that check. So that is one of the most important reasons that make sure you're only acting within the scope of your duties, what you are authorized to do as a board member or as an employee, but very specifically as a board member, because you often feel like, hey, as a board member, I have all these abilities. I can talk to who I want to. I can say what I want to. I'm an elected official. Well, you are an elected official. You can certainly speak on your own behalf, but you are limited in the kind of actions you can take based on what's been authorized by the board of directors. So this is just saying exactly what I just said a second ago. It talks about your liability insurance. I'm not a lawyer, so you need to talk to a lawyer to really get the definitive answers. But you just want to make sure that you're not acting outside of your scope of duties, or definitely not willful neglect or dereliction of duty. Or if a lawyer said, don't do this, or a state agency said, don't do this, and then you go ahead and do it, that causes a lot of possibility of having a personal liability that your liability insurance won't cover. Here's a few examples of those powers granted through board actions. Talked a little bit about them before, but there's also, several other ones that could come up, certainly. Are there any questions about this?
Well, Eric, you'll be getting into, this is the powers, but how about the responsibilities of board members?
Yeah, we will get into responsibilities. How about next?
Yeah, Eric.
Yes.
Claire. Claire Clock here.
Yeah, Claire, go ahead.
On insurance. I knew of one instance in Oregon where a group was sued and the individual board members were liable when, and it was an instance where the insurance didn't cover above the limit. So there's a special clause in contracts that says that the insurance company will cover above and beyond the limit in certain cases, and you need to buy that insurance to do that. Now, I don't have the specifics, but I could get back. It's a few years back, but I could get back and check that out. So the SWCDs should check that. It's something like above and beyond the settlement. So if they're insured for $50 million and the settlement was for $100 million, then in the insurance company insurance isn't written right, then the district would be responsible for the extra $50 million above the insurance. If it's written right, then they wouldn't be responsible. So insurance is a really important part of directors in the organization too. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Claire. So I would definitely, you want to check with your who you get your insurance through. Most people get your insurance, I think everyone actually now gets their insurance through Special Districts Insurance Services, part of the Special District Association, which we'll talk about in a little bit later. You would check with them. I would suspect that for these reasons, and because the Oregon Tort Claims Act and the fact that they work with local governments to ensure them, that hopefully they have written it right. But yes, certainly you might want to check in with your insurance broker, your insurance agent, about your liability insurance to ensure that you cover it. Because the Oregon Tort Claims Act does put a cap on the amount that you can be sued for and what you are liable for. But again, and who knows in this case, if there is a dereliction of duty, if you were working outside your scope, you could be held to a higher standard. You lose that tort coverage. So it could be an instance where that happened too.
And this was a 501c3 organization. It wasn't a special district, but.
Oh, okay, yeah. So that's completely different. So 501c3, they don't have any of these protections, and they don't even have. They may have corporate shield depending, but they won't have that kind of protection. So that's actually completely different. Kind of, because I was a little surprised at that, because Oregon Tort, unless you've really messed up, the Oregon Tort claims puts a cap on the amount you can get, and it's actually quite low. So
Anyway, the point is here is not on the SWCDs, but the point is the people in this line are board members for 501c3s and other organizations, and I'm just putting out that information so for those people. Thank you. Okay.
Sure. All right. So board responsibilities, again, what Scott was talking about. So I'm going to do a little bit more in the afternoon session about board responsibility, especially the fiduciary, because I would argue that your biggest responsibility is handling the public's money in a proper and legal way. So that's, I think, one of the biggest responsibilities you have. Generally speaking, you're the board that enters into the legal agreements on behalf of the district. You might, for some purposes, for smaller amounts, save contracts, delegate that to your district manager. And then another really big part of what you do, of course, is work on your long-range visioning, your strategic plans, what you're doing into the future. And most you pass all your policies. That's one of your big duties. And then depending on the structure of your district, you may be supervising just the manager, which is probably the case for most of you now, but there's still a few districts where they actually directly supervise the staff. And these, I think, are your key responsibilities. And we're going to get into a couple of these in more details later this afternoon. One of the things you do need to know are what we call the 5 basic legal requirements. These are written into Oregon Revised Statute 568. You have a lot of other legal requirements related to payroll taxes, related to employment law, related to OSHA, related to, you know, if you have your own building, when you're doing projects, if you have an OWEB grant, you've got lots of other legal requirements. But these are the 5 that are actually specifically written into Oregon Revised Statute 568. So you have to have an annual work plan every year, and you get to send it to the Department of Agriculture because we get to comment on it. And then you also have to have a long-range business plan, and we get to comment on that too. So those 2 things you submit to us to take a look at, one every year, and the long-range plan, well, it depends how long-range it is. Is it 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? You submit a new one to us when you update it. Then you also have an annual report and an annual financial report. The annual financial report, for most of you, is an audit or a financial review, though it could be a report in lieu of audit if you have a very small district. And then the annual report is actually what you did over the past fiscal year. There's no form for that, though, you know, hopefully it does tell you what it's like. I've seen everything from one-page ones to some districts a while back used to use a calendar that they would use as an outreach tool. That was for annual report. And then the annual meeting and notice. So if you look at the statutes for the annual meeting is actually an annual meeting of the landowners. It says the SWCD shall call an annual meeting of the landowners. So it's important to know that this isn't a board meeting. It isn't a meeting of the board of directors or anything like that. You don't need a quorum of board members to be at the annual meeting because really you shouldn't be doing any district business there. You can tack on a business meeting at the end of it or before it or whatever you would like. But the actual annual meeting is an annual meeting of the landowners. And it says in that all you really have to do is present the annual report and annual financial report. Some are 5 minutes long, and that's all they do. They open up the annual meeting of the landowners, and then they present the annual report and financial report and close it. A lot of them are dinner. Some are like celebrations of them and the district and their partners, and they have a big meal. Long time ago, a district used to almost do an ag show. It was on the east side, like a mini ag show. That was their annual meeting. I've seen annual meetings done at county fairs and ag shows as part of it, as an actual part of that whole show. So there's various ways to do it. The language might be a little antiquated there, saying annual meeting of landowners, but that is what it says. So that's important to realize that it's actually not a board meeting. Sometimes they say, well, we're not going to have a quorum of board members there. You don't legally need to have a quorum of board members there because you're not doing any district business at this meeting. And it does have to be properly noticed. I am not going to go into that because it's hopefully your staff knows that. If you want to do know that, it is in the statutes, and you can ask me. All right.
Scott has a question
Scott,
for
go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, is there a timing issue associated with the annual meeting? Does it have to happen by a certain time or not?
Well, it should, it's an annual meeting of landowners each year, so it should happen within the fiscal year, and it should happen, before the end of the fiscal year, because you're presenting your annual report and your financial report for the previous fiscal year. Most districts hold them. Yeah, you have to have your audit done, or I mean, if you just have a financial review or a report in lieu, you could do it earlier. Most occur starting in December and January and February because the audits usually are done starting in November. So you do have to make sure that your audit's done first.
But theoretically, it might be 6 months late and it'll still be okay?
Just as long as before June 30th of the year.
Okay. That's the deadline.
Then Brenda Sanchez has a comment.
Sure, Brenda, go for it.
Just a clarification. Do I need to submit anything to ODA regarding the notice? Do I have to send you a copy or a copy of the annual report?
So we love to see a copy of the annual report to come to us so we know that you did it. We love to see the audit if you can. You do submit that to the Secretary of State's, and then we can look it up too. But I'd like to look at them. And then Sandy does require that you send proof of the proper notice of the annual meeting, since that has to be published. So you can talk to Sandy outside of this and get more details if you'd like.
I get it. Thank you, Eric.
You're welcome.
One more
question? Sure.
Sorry, just I will be this is Karen Stutzman. I'll be making I'll be letting everyone know how those 5 legal requirements will be reviewed by ODA later on today in more detail. And that's it, Eric.
Okay. All right. So I next want to talk a little bit about the relationship that you have with the Department of Agriculture. So I have this organizational chart up. It's outdated, but it's the last one that's available on our website. Alexis Taylor is no longer our director. She now is an undersecretary for the Department of Agriculture at the federal level. And there's definitely been some retirements in the system. But the reason I have this organizational chart up here is just so you realize just how broad a spectrum of things that the Department of Agriculture does. You're hopefully familiar with what we do in the natural resource program area, but we do everything. We do the weed work. A lot of people know. But we also do, all the scales. If you go to the gas station, you see the Department of Agriculture sticker on the water pump, on the pumps, that says it's been looked at. Any kind of weighing device used for commercial purposes in the state of Oregon has to be checked by us. That includes railroad cars. We have some railroad cars, the truck weight scales, and now, of course, the cannabis, weighing the cannabis in stores, gold and diamonds in jewelry stores, and then it scales at the checkout at your supermarkets. We do that. The predator control, the wolf compensation program, the trips over to promote agriculture in Asia, which is, receives a lot of our stuff, as well as we have the state veterinarian, the brand folks, very broad spectrum of things that we do at the Department of Agriculture. A lot of people are really amazed at that. But however, the most actually important thing that we do, our number one thing that we do at the Department of Agriculture is food safety. We do the inspections of all the food processing plants, and that's our major purpose at ODA, is to ensure the safe food is prepared for the people of the state of Oregon. So the natural resource program area, which is the area that the SWCD program is in, is run by Isaac Stapleton. His predecessor was Stephanie Page. If you know her, she's now at OWEB. And so in it, kind of the major areas are the pesticides, the fertilizer, and the confined animal feeding operation, and in the water quality, soil and water conservation district program side, who is managed by Morgan Allen. It also has the ditch maintenance program in there, and the GIS program, and the smoke program regulates the field burning here in the Willamette Valley. All those fall under the water quality SWCD kind of area that Morgan Allen does. The SWCD program itself has 3 of us in here, Sandy and Karen. Sandy is the grant administration officer for the capacity grant. We'll talk about that in a minute, and also does the elections. Karen is the program lead, and myself. And then up there on the upper left is the Soil and Water Conservation Commission, who's headed by Barbara Boyer, a director from Yamhill. The Soil and Water Conservation Commission is 7 members. Jerry West is one of them too. They're all district directors from around the state, and they're the advisory board for the Soil and Water Conservation District program. So they advise ODA on issues related to ag water quality, the Soil and Water Conservation District program, and natural resources in general. They meet quarterly. Those meetings are, live streamed now, and also you can meet in person. They're moved around the state as much as possible so people can go there. And all of you have a representative on the Soil and Water Conservation Commission. You can find that map online about who your person might be. Most of you on this, probably it's Jerry, because he's the one up there, or maybe Barbara. For more information about that, I definitely reach out to Jerry or Barbara. But they are advisory. So when we have, we're talking about what our programs are doing, the SWC program, the Ag Water Quality Program, we'll talk to them about that. So we provide both services and we have oversight for districts. So the services include the support for the capacity grant that we'll talk about in a minute that all the districts get. coordinate those district elections. And then, of course, we have different kind of operational technical assistance, either on site. I get a lot of phone calls, I get emails, I do these trainings. As I said, I do large ones, regional ones like this. And then I also do a lot of going out to board meetings, which is my favorite. So please do invite me out to your board meetings. So that's my favorite things. I've done facilitation services for both boards and watershed councils. And then I like to joke that I really should have a master's of social work, because being a therapist is one of my biggest jobs, talking to the managers or chairs about what's going on in their districts and just listening and trying to help them work through different issues that are going on with their districts. I do a lot of that. So if you ever, feel like you might be stuck and you don't know what to do, and it doesn't have to be related to some of these technical things about ethics and stuff, feel free to give me a call. It's a lot of what my job is to just kind of help work through personnel issues and things like that. And then we actually have some oversight that's related to Oregon Revised Statutes 568 and then some other statutes and then some rules. The major ones we've already talked about reviewing the annual work plan and long range plan and receiving those annual reports and financial reports, managing that capacity grant. And then there are certain kind of public hearings that would be held. The ones most common for you would be the approval of boundary changes or any mergers that might happen between districts. We haven't had mergers in decades, but we still have occasional boundary changes around the state. We also have some other statutes and rules related to oversight of districts that we generally don't use, but they are there just in case we do need them. Sadly, one of them is in case of a district ever goes bankrupt, we have the oversight to become the trustee for that. Those kind of things that we don't normally use. Karen, someone's in the lobby, if you could let them in.
Sure, and Peggy Hart has a question for you.
All right, Peggy.
You mentioned that you have approval of boundaries. Does that include boundaries for the voting districts, the zones within each district? Do you have responsibility for them moving those around? And are they dependent on population, or on what basis are those lines drawn?
Sure. Yes. So we do have the authority to change those boundaries. We do it, obviously in concert with the district, and it happens actually fairly often. And also, reducing the number of directors from 7 to 5, which happens, and we can actually increase them. When we redraw boundaries, the law just says that it should be proportional to the state as best as possible. So yes, it's like a very loose population. It's not like, formal boundaries for like the legislature or congressional districts and stuff like that, which are fine-tuned. We just we work with the district to what makes the most sense for the district, and not that it's absolutely perfect. And some might be skewed. But that's how we do that for that. And then there's actually some rules about they have to follow ridge lines or rivers or major roads. They can't just be wherever. So.
Thanks.
Any other questions there, Karen?
So to understand that, Eric, you guys do it. If we request it, then you do it, right?
Yeah, so I've helped many times with this, and so we'll take a big map down with your current boundaries, and then we'll sit and redraw them, and then we take them back. We put them through our GIS, and then we'll sign off on them. And I think you approve. What we do is we come up with the map based on what you want to do. Then you do an official motion to say we would like these to be the new boundaries, and then we sign off on it. We have a whole process. Feel free to ask me at any time outside of this meeting. We could. We have a whole process for it.
Peggy, did you have another question, or?
No, that was great. Thanks. My other half of the question was what Scott asked, basically, is the process, but it's really nice to know how to approach the problem. Thanks a lot.
That's all I. Sorry.
Okay. So one of the biggest nexus of between districts and the Department of Agriculture is the Ag Water Quality Program. I'm going to go through this really quick, just so you know the history of it. Your local water quality specialist from the Ag Water Quality Program here at ODA has a presentation they can come and give to your district about the Ag Water Quality Program and strategic implementation areas if you want to go more in depth. But back in the 90s, the legislature was looking at how to regulate non-point source pollution from agricultural lands. The model at that time, of course, was the Forest Practices Act, which had already been passed. But that was like a, well, two size fits all, for one for the west side and one for the east side about how to approach non-point source pollution on forestry land. And in concert with the agricultural community, they said that doesn't make sense for this very varied agriculture all across the state. So the Ag Water Quality Management Act, when it was passed, which is sometimes called SB 1010, set up local management agencies and local advisory committees where they split up around the state these local management areas, to set up their own rules and plan to approach non-point source pollution. There's about 42, 45 of them around the state. I can never remember exactly how many of them. And the Department of Agriculture got staff, and the legislature gave the Department of Agriculture some money to help develop these local management agencies, these plans and these rules. And what the Department of Agriculture did is started the first district capacity grants and granted general fund money from the legislature to all the soil and water conservation districts to help develop these local management agencies, that would be the districts, and set up the local advisory committees, these advisory groups, which was all the different partners and people interested in water quality on agricultural land, and develop the local rules for those specific areas and the plan about how to implement those rules for those local areas all around the state. So the district capacity grant, which now is an OWEB grant, because when Measure 76 passed and there was all these lottery dollars available for natural resource work and OWEB was founded, the legislature said, we're no longer going to fund this work out of the general fund, but instead through the lottery dollars. And when that happened, we had this process of moving the grant over from the Department of Agriculture to the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. And that is the origin of the capacity grant. That is why, unlike the Watershed Council grant, for those familiar with the Watershed Council grants, which is a grant, capacity grant that is generally like, here's money for you to do whatever you need to do to improve watershed health. You can use it for whatever you want, within certain reason. The Soil and Water Conservation District equivalent, the capacity grant, is actually broken out into a district operation grant, which is about 25% of it, which is used for keeping your doors open. But the majority of that is for doing on-the-ground work, to continue the work of implementing the Ag Water Quality Management Act, because that was the origins of the grant. And we do that through the scope of work, which says, you know, you're going to reach out to landowners, you're going to write a certain amount of grants. You're going to call together the local advisory committee. That's part of it. Do some landowner engagement. Have a focus area where you do that work in a limited area. But that's definitely tied to implementing this Ag Water Quality Management Act from the 1990s through today. And our ag water quality staff, the agricultural water quality specialists, are around the state. We have regional ones that work specifically with the districts. And for you folks up there, mostly it was Don, who unfortunately just left. So we're going to have to find someone else to replace Don. Some of you have worked with Cheryl in the past. And even I helped out some. We've been short of people. Originally, I was the water quality specialist for Southern Oregon. So they're the ones that work locally, and we have some statewide folks that work on repairing areas and monitoring and things like that. The other part of the Ag Water Quality Program now is the strategic implementation areas. That is an ODA-led focus on ag water quality in specific areas around the state. I'm not going to talk in detail or actually any more about that because your local water quality specialist can come and talk about that. I know that some of you already have an SIA, as we call them, so you already know what that's all about. If you're a new director or new employee, you should probably check with your manager and say, hey, do we have an SIA? And if you do, they can probably tell you more about it. But this is the big nexus, and this is just so you know that this grant that you receive from OWEB that we manage, that what Sandy does, Sandy manages it, This is the origins of it and kind of the big connection between the Department of Agriculture, who is authorized to regulate non-point source pollution on agricultural land, and the local soil and water conservation districts, which help us do the voluntary work on the land to improve water quality and do uplift on the natural resource side. Any questions about that? Okay. All right.
I have a question.
Oh, sure. Go for it.
Could you specifically define non-point source pollution?
Oh.
Just in a simple.
I'd have to go look at the statute to define.
No.
I'd have to look at the statute to define it.
But generally,
so,
how does it? What are its limits? What does it include? What does it not include? What's characterized?
we could get in a very big discussion about that. I think because we're actually getting a little behind here. I know that's really important and everything like that. But I think that would be great for your water quality specialist or some of your staff to talk to you about. Though generally speaking, it's basically point source pollution from ag lands would be like a confined animal feeding operation, any kind of pipe or anything like that. On agricultural land, it tends to be runoff of soil, runoff of nutrients, things like that.
Okay,
so,
thanks.
You're welcome. All right, that kind of finishes the first half of this section. Now we're going to get into public meeting law, public records law, and ethics. So what I'd like to do is take a 5-minute break. It's 11 o'clock, so let's get back together at 11:05.
Eric?
Yes, Scott?
A couple of quickies, okay? You said something which made it sound like associates and elected members of the board have the same liabilities relative to potential problems that crop up. Is that true or not?
Potentially, yes, because you got to remember that associate directors are volunteers of the district. They're not elected officials, but there could be instances where their actions, could be potentially liable.
Okay, that
but they would be covered under the Oregon Tort Claims Act.
Okay, but that should also be explained more clearly. Okay, because that's another one is probably going to come up relative to the record stuff, which you're probably going to get into. But how long do you have to maintain records? It goes back 30 years. We have to maintain a contract we did 30 years ago.
So we will talk about that in general. For specifics for different documents, you need to look at your public records retention policy, and that depends on what your specific district policy is. The state sets minimums, but your district could hold on to things for longer. So we'll talk about that when we get to public records law.
Okay, so it's important for us to understand the difference between what the state requires and what the district chooses to do.
Yeah, I'm not going to go into detail about each specific thing because you need to look at your policy and your individual district policy.
But the question really has to do with what is state law.
Right, and I can't go through every single different kind of things. I don't have that list in front of me.
Okay, but because right now we're taking a lot of space up storing stuff that's never got to be looked at. Okay.
Yeah. So what you need to do is you need to go talk to your manager to pull out your district policy.
Okay. Well, the policy, that's fine, but I'm concerned that it's just, we were told one time that the state requires we keep it forever. And
some things you do have to keep forever and other things not. So what you would like, your staff should go pull out your district policy, and if you want to check your district policy against the state law, then pull up the state law and compare your district policy to the state law to ensure that you are meeting the minimums. And if you don't want to keep things forever and it says you don't have to, then you can go ahead and change your policy.
Okay, I understand that. We have a lot of latitude in terms of local policy. I'm just concerned about what does state law require.
So you'll have to ask your staff to pull up the state law.
I'm not getting
It's very long and detailed. I can't pull, at this moment, I can't pull it up and get to actual individual items for you. If you want, if you send me a list, I will go ahead by email. I can do my best to work with Brenda and come up and tell both you and her what I see as being those minimums for those items. I can't tell you that right now. It's a very long statute and I'd have to do a lot of research on it.
Okay. Well, it'd be nice to clear up, just get rid of some files. That's for sure. Okay.
No, I understand, and I'd be glad to help you, but I can't tell you right now.
But the questions, we're limited in terms of the policies we may want to impact. We're limited by state law. Period.
Yeah, you are limited by state law.
And what the state law is, no one knows.
It's well defined in statute. So you just have to pull up the statutes which lists those. So
okay.
Hey, Scott, Scotty, this is Jeff Becker from Clackamas. Are you kind of asking about how long you have to keep certain records?
Yeah, so yeah, because we have 30, 40 years worth of records in our.
Well, at Clackamas, I don't know where our office administrator found it, but you could maybe ask her. There is an entire list and it breaks down everything that you could think of in terms of what the record pertains to, and it tells you how long you have to keep it.
Can you ship that? Can you ship that document over to Brenda at the district at Marion Soil Water?
Yes, I can do that.
That would be greatly appreciated. It save a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. Okay, thank you.
You bet. Bye-bye.
all right, our 5 minutes are up, so we'll get back to this here. Scott Walker wanted me to mention that as far as associate directors are concerned, you know, they're considered volunteers of the district, which means they actually have to follow most of the same laws as directors and staff and employees. And therefore, they should fall under your Oregon Tort Liability Insurance as long as they work within their scope of duties, again, like everyone else, employees or board members. So as long as they follow working within the authority that they've been given, then they're covered. But if they act outside that scope and authority, then they're not. So a lot of districts do have job descriptions also for their associate board members too. So the associate board members know what is in their authority. So. All right, moving forward on public meeting law. So Oregon is a sunshine state, both for meetings and for records, which means that to the greatest extent possible, the state feels that the public has the right to know how the government's business is conducted. So in public meeting law, there's the basic requirements that all your meetings, with the exceptions of executive sessions, are open to the public. And you have to let the public know in advance when they're happening and what you're going to talk about in enough so that they can attend the meetings and hear what you're being said. Also, all votes have to be public. The public gets to know how each individual board member votes, not collectively, but individually. And then you have to have a record of that meeting. And that record, it's one of those documents we were talking about, record retention. Minutes of the Soil and Water Conservation Districts have to be kept forever in some form. And actually on paper form now for the most part, unless you do some very fancy things. So those are the basic requirements. We're going to talk a little bit more detail about what this means. First, I'd like to say that it's a fallacy that you have to have public comment. The right for the public to attend the meeting is not the right to participate in the meeting. You do not, except in certain circumstances, have to allow the public to have a voice during the meeting or have public comment. Now, if there's certain things, public hearings, the whole idea of a public hearing is to hear the public. So yes, you have to do them in certain public hearings. And there are a couple of instances where in a regular meeting, you might have to allow public comment. One is if you're creating a process and requirements for hiring an executive director. It actually says that you have to allow public comment if you're going to use executive session in that hiring process. Other than that, though, you don't have to allow them to talk. Good public policy to allow public comment, but in certain instances that if there's not enough time, or if you feel like the public comment you've been getting on a regular basis is not related to what you're doing, you could limit it, or actually just not have it. I think it's important when you do have public comment time that you note perhaps on the notice, the agenda, that public comment's limited to a certain amount of time and that it's limited to topics of interest to the Soil and Water Conservation District. When I was at the SWCD for a while, we had a local person come who really wanted to talk about flag burning because that was a big thing back then, and the idea of an amendment for prohibiting flag burning. And he wanted to talk for 10 or 15 minutes every meeting about this proposed amendment to prohibit flag burning. Important thing to talk about, but not really related to what we were doing, and took up a lot of the meeting. So that's when we started putting a limit on the time and the topics. So you can do that. So one of the biggest questions again about public meetings and whether public meeting law applies to it is about advisory boards, committees, subcommittees, task force, anything like that. And it's related to these. Do these people you have to have a notice to the meeting? Do you have to keep minutes of the meeting? Do you have to put out that? And the answer is yes, if that group has been appointed by the board and been given authority by the board to make recommendations to the board, make decisions on behalf of the board, or provide information to the board, which the board is going to use to lead toward a decision. That's pretty much all the time whenever the subcommittees, advisory boards, committees do it. And what is really important is that to know about this is the fact that when you create any of these committees or anything like that, they become their own like micro boards, mini boards, and have to follow those rules. So what I often get when someone says, oh, well, we've created a committee, but we've only put, say, 2 directors out of our 5 or 3 out of our 7 directors on it. We don't have a quorum, therefore we don't have to follow public meeting law. And that is false. That board becomes its own entity that has to follow the same rules about quorum and whether you have a meeting. So say, for instance, and this is true, I've seen, you put, you have a 7-member board, you put 3 board members on it and 2 staff people on it, right? So that becomes a 5-member committee. If any 3 of those committee members get together to talk about topics that they've been authorized to discuss, then you have a public meeting of that committee. And so you need to notice it, and you need to keep minutes of it, and you have to allow the public to attend. All right, so you could actually have a committee with no board members on it, and yet it would be a public meeting. So that's really just important. If you ever have any committee formed by the board, then it becomes a public meeting. This is especially true because sometimes boards want to have a hiring committee, and they definitely will for the executive director or manager. But some folks still do it in smaller districts for hiring their staff people. That those interviews of that committee become a part of a public meeting. Now you can go in executive session, which we'll talk about, so you can actually hold that interview without any members of the public there. But in general, you have to be concerned about that. That's why when I've talked through some of these things, especially hiring committees and stuff like that, one of the ways that you can get around this is actually if the board says to your manager, we would like you to research, say, purchasing a building. And instead of having a building committee, which then would always be public meetings when they get together, if you just ask the manager as part of their duties to go ahead and research buildings for possibly purchase, the manager then would go ahead and select people to be on his work group. it's his work group or her work group, not the board's work group, he can turn around and ask a couple board members to participate on his or her work group. And as long as that you don't reach a quorum of board members, then you would not have a public meeting.
We have a couple
So
of
is that-
questions, Eric.
Sure, I knew there would be, so let's go for them.
Brenda was first.
Okay. All right,
Hello,
Brenda.
Eric. Okay, so we have committees and we're following everything you've said here. But my question is, we have staff members on the committee.
Mhm.
So, but we prep the materials and have discussions about what's going to be in that committee internally. Are those team members, are we now talking public law?
Possibly. I love at the Upper Willamette. I really had never thought about this idea about staff people on these committees, and whether or not you might be violating until it just came up at Upper Willamette. So remember that the committee and as far as quorum of the committee, it depends who has been appointed to that committee by the board of directors and whether or not, what makes a quorum of that. So it would depend if staff people were appointed to that committee or they have just been asked by the committee to provide information and be part of that discussion. So in the Upper Willamette's case, and this is what happened, they had committees, generally speaking, of 5 people, 3 board members and 2 staff people that were appointed by the board. So any 3 getting together would be fine. What they wanted to do to keep it at 5 people was for the projects committee, have 2 board members, and then have the district manager, the projects manager, and the fiscal manager all be on that committee. And what we realized was that outside of those committee meetings, when the project manager or the district manager, the project manager, and the fiscal manager got together in their weekly meetings, they would be holding an illegal public meeting when they started talking about projects, which that other committee was talked about. And they said, we better not do that. So they went back to 3 board members and 2 staff people. So, but as I said, it depends if those staff people have been appointed to that committee. So I'm not sure if your staff people have been actually officially appointed to that committee.
The chair appointed the director and the associate director, and I assigned the staff to it, and they all have a vote. All 5 have a vote.
Okay. So if all 5 have a vote, then if your staff people, do they make up 3 of those 5?
2.
2 of the 5. Then they're
Yes.
fine.
Okay.
Okay. Only 2 of them are fine because that's not a quorum.
Okay.
However, if you actually had 3 staff people and 2 board members and you started talking about stuff ahead of the meeting, yes, you would be violating public meeting law.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Eric.
You're welcome. Next.
Okay, next is Scotty and then Jeff Becker.
Yes, I want to talk about work sessions momentarily in terms of notice and minutes and junk like that. So as opposed to board meetings.
Oh, you want me to address that?
Yes.
Yes. So work sessions, you can call them whatever you want, work sessions, advisory, task force, etc. If a work session is happening, obviously it's I'm assuming of the board, that would be a public meeting because they are actually going to maybe possibly be making recommendations to the board or information is going to be provided that you're going to be making decisions later on. So work sessions are going to almost in all cases be public meetings. I mean, there could be possibly a way they're not, but I would certainly hedge on the side of making sure you're not violating public meeting law. Trainings like this, and actually the one we get to do in person on Tuesday with the Upper Willamette, they had 5 of their 7 board members there. So there was a quorum of board members at this training. That was fine. That was not a public meeting as long as they did not start discussing policy among themselves. And I've actually seen that happen at other trainings like this, where entire boards have come and we've mentioned something like, say, public records law, and they start saying, oh, we probably need to update our public records retention policy. And at that moment, they're violating public meeting law. However, just being in the same room together, as long as they're not discussing what the district should do, it's fine. So in a training circumstance like this, as long as you're listening to me, you're asking me questions, but you're not having side conversations, you would be fine. Even if you have a quorum of board members. It's the same thing about like, can the board members, some of them get together and go have a drink at the bar, or can they go on a fishing trip together? Yes, but they shouldn't be talking about district business if there's a quorum of them together.
Just
Does
one
that answer
more.
your question, Scott?
One more. Yeah, I have two questions. The other one has to do with the famous case down in Eugene or someplace relative to daisy chaining. Okay, in which
I was going to get to. Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to talk about that in a second. Karen, someone's in the lobby.
Okay. Jeff Becker, I think, has a question for you.
Okay, thank you. Kind of a nuanced question. You talked a little bit. We do have committees at Clackamas. Yep. Our job description for the district manager is that the district manager appoints committee members. Does that have any difference between either the board appointing committee members or the manager?
Yeah, so yeah, I guess if the board is not appointing those committees and they're committees specifically of the manager, then they may not have to follow public meeting law. But that, usually that's you're getting into nomenclature. Are they, working groups appointed by the manager or not? But yes, if they're appointed by the manager and they're strictly reporting back to the manager, then you're fine. If they start reporting back to the board directly as a committee, then I think you're in a big gray zone and you want to talk to a lawyer. If they're reporting back to the manager because the manager created them, and then the manager reports back to the board or makes recommendations to the board, then I think you'd probably be okay. But you got to make sure actually that there's not a quorum of board members on any of those committees.
Yeah, that part I got. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Anyone else?
I think that's it.
All right. All right. Just so you understand quorum law in Oregon related to soil and water conservation districts, because it does come up. So a quorum, for you to have an official public meeting and take any action, you have to have a majority of the board positions, not the number of actual board members, in not excluding your vacant ones, but the board positions. So a quorum for a 7-member board is always going to be 4, no matter how many appointed or elected officials you have. And for a 5-member board, it's going to be 3. Equivalently, any kind of action taken to be affirmed, obviously passed by motion or resolution, has to be a majority of the positions also. So it's not the majority of the people at the meeting, but by law, it's a majority of your positions. So any vote taken by a 7-member board always has to have 4 yay votes, even if only 4 people are there, or even if 5 people are there. And if you have a 5-member board, you always have to have 3 yay votes, even if only 3 people are there. So that's just something I wanted to bring up because some people get confused by that. Most people go like, well, we only have 3 people there. We have a quorum of a 5-member board, but we only need 2 votes because that's the majority of the people at the meeting. That is not true. That is true in some obscure laws related to commissions around the state, but not for soil and water conservation districts. You always need to have a majority of your positions vote in the affirmative. All right, so public meeting law. The most important thing is it has to be properly noticed, because if it's not, it's a violation of public meeting law. You have to say essentially when and where it is and what you're going to talk about in general. The agenda works perfect for that, because the agenda actually generally has when and where it is and what you're going to be talking about, but it doesn't have to be the agenda. You have to give notice in far enough advance to that people who are interested in attending and knowing what's going on can attend. There's no set date for a regular board meeting. The Attorney General's manual says 2 weeks. I always say if you could do it at least a week ahead of time, that'd be great. If you have a special board meeting, it's a 24-hour notice. And if you have an emergency meeting, it's as soon as reasonably possible, generally within 24 hours of having that emergency meeting. Emergency meetings are true emergencies. They're very rare. That's the kind of thing where your building is burning down. It's not because you forgot to vote. You have to vote on a contract to get something done, unless that contract's related to a natural disaster or something like that. I'm going to talk about where you can give notices, but one of the most important things is if anyone is asked in writing through email or physical letter, you have to give them notice of every board meeting. About 2 years ago, I sent out a physical letter to every district in the state saying I wanted to be given notice of all your meetings. I probably get notices of maybe a third to half of the meetings. So the rest of you who are not telling me because I've asked you in writing and you are not giving it to me, technically you're violating public meeting law by not giving it to me when I asked in writing, just to let you know. I won't call your local attorney, district attorney about it, but please do put me and also Karen and Sandy on your notice list. So if you're going to have an executive session and you know you're going to have one, that has to be included on your notice. If you're not going to have an executive session, or you don't know if you are, don't put one of those generic. We may call an executive session at any time for for the purposes under ORS, whatever. You should only be putting on there if you know you're going to be doing it. You are allowed to call an executive session during the meeting, or if between your notice and the meeting something comes up, that's perfectly legal. You just got to make sure to put the executive session on your notice if you know that you will be doing it. You can't go, oh my gosh, well, I know we're going to have an executive session for disciplinary matter on a director, but we really don't want to tell people, so we'll leave it off the notice. If you know, you have to actually do that. And as far as posting public notices, we still use the term posting from the old days when it was probably posted on a pole somewhere, or at the post office, or at the feed store, which are still places you can post your notices. These days, we're moving away from the press release, sending it to your news media representative, sending it to the newspaper, where, except in certain circumstances, you don't have to worry about it being published. You just have to let them know, and hopefully they will publish it. You are allowed now, just found out at the Special Districts Association's training a couple weeks ago, that the Attorney General is now accepting it to be just on your website, if that's pretty much the only way people get information in your area. So a lot of rural Oregon where there is no local paper delivered anymore, posting it on your website is where most people will probably get that information. However, you should try to get it around as many ways as possible. If anyone has asked, as I said, for the notice, you gotta make sure that you let them know. So. All right, so getting to executive sessions. I have a whole thing on this. I love going out and talking about executive sessions. Executive sessions carry violations, carry $1,000 penalty for every person who participated in an illegal executive session. And it's a lot easier to have one than you think. So some of the examples of having an executive session are for very particular things that you might do is employment issues, disciplinary actions, performance evaluations, discussing exempt public records, like for instance on the east side where they have sage grouse management plans for farms. Those are exempt public records, and so the district will meet in executive sessions to look at them and approve them. Or consulting with your legal counsel. The really important thing about consulting with your legal counsel is that your legal counsel has to be in the executive session, most likely by phone usually, or Zoom now, or in person. And it has to be for legal action that is actually occurring or is most likely to occur. It can't be because you think you might be sued, you did something wrong, and now you're like, oh my gosh, we should probably talk about this among ourselves or even with the lawyer, but you're not sure if you're going to be sued. That doesn't count for executive session. And that's been shown through cases at the Ethics Commission. It has to be like someone said, I am going to sue you. And that's most likely that you'll be sued, and therefore you can go into this. So make sure that if you go into executive session for legal counsel, your lawyer is present, and it is for currently being sued or likely to be sued. One of the other ones on here is real estate transactions, to talk about that. And I know for some of you who have been in the process of buying buildings or looking for buildings, you're allowed to talk about real estate transactions in executive session.
You do
So
have
when
a
you do have
couple
an
of questions, Eric. Sorry.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
fine. Let me go a little bit longer into executive session. Let me finish what I'm going to talk about because I might answer some of them, and then we can ask those questions. So,
okay.
Executive sessions, you have to announce the statutory authority. We have a great script for that. It's from the Attorney General's manual. We have it on our website. You can get it in our guidebook. You have to allow the news media to attend. That's because their job is to make sure that you only talk about those specific issues in which you're allowed to. Because if you stray from those topics, one, they get to report it, and two, that's a violation of executive session law. So for instance, one of the most common straying from topics is dealing when you're sometimes talking about disciplinary matters with directors or employees. So you're talking about those disciplinary matters with them, and you start talking about the need for new employee policies, new HR policies. You're not allowed to talk about HR policies or employee policies in executive session. So if you start straying from your defined topic, then you're in violation of executive session law. Or if you start wanting to talk about things, and I've definitely had this. I've had people call me up and say, well, we want to go in executive session and talk about our budget because we know we're going to have to lay off people, but we don't want the staff to know we're going to talking about who to lay off. That's not an authorized reason to talk in executive session, and the news media is the watchdog for doing that. Most of you probably will never have the news media there, but you should act if you do. Most complaints about executive session violations occur by people who are in the executive session who notice something didn't go correctly. You have to have minutes in the executive session. Unlike regular board meeting minutes, which have to be kept forever, there is a limit to how long you keep executive session minutes. Those executive session minutes can be written down or they can be recording. Unlike regular board meeting minutes, which have to be transcribed by law, you don't have to transcribe the executive session minutes. And most of those you should probably seal up in an envelope, whether it's a thumb drive with a recording or the written minutes. Put in an envelope. We suggest signing the back of them so that they know it stayed sealed, and then it's put in a secure location until you're allowed to destroy those. The reason you must keep them is because if there's an ethics commission investigation on a violation of executive session law, they will probably want to look at that. Or if there's actually some kind of lawsuit, the judge can ask for those to be unsealed. And finally, there could be no final decisions in executive session. You can talk about if you all have an agreement on what you're going to do, but you must go and do the vote in public and have that vote in public after you end the executive session. One last thing here about executive sessions. For performance evaluation or disciplinary matter for the employee or a board member or agent, you have to let them know in enough advance because it is their choice if they want that performance evaluation or discussion of a discipline matter to be held in public. It is their choice, not yours. So you must make sure that they know ahead of time. I was at a board meeting where they were going to go in executive session to about disciplinary action on the manager and fire the manager, lead to firing the manager. And the manager said, no, I wanted to have an open session because I want everyone to hear how I'm going to respond to your allegations against me. So the board, even though they wanted to do it in private, was not allowed to do that in private. And so it was an open session. And another example, I was at a board meeting where the chair said, hey, you know, we haven't done our performance evaluation for our conservation tech. Let's do that tonight. Well, let's add an executive session. And I said, is that employee at this meeting? And he was like, no, that person's not here. And I said, well, you're not legally allowed to do that. You have to let them know, and they have to tell you if they're okay with it being an executive session or not. And he said, I don't care. We're doing it anyway. If I had wanted to, I could have called the Ethics Commission, and that certainly would have been a $1,000 fine for everyone in that executive session meeting that was there. What's important is if you feel there is a violation of executive session going on, You need to state it so it's in the meeting minutes, executive session minutes, and leave that meeting. Passively being part of an executive session that's in violation still will cause you $1,000 violation. So maybe the chair is doing everything wrong or someone else, and you didn't speak. Just by being there, you're liable. So if you ever feel there's a violation, you need to leave that executive session and make sure it's in the minutes that you said this isn't correct, and you do leave. And it's not just directors that are liable, but it could be staff who are also there if the manager is in that meeting or anyone else. And that's what I just did there. If you do get your civil penalty, it's $1,000 and you have to pay it yourself. It doesn't covered by your insurance. All right, now I will take any questions you have about executive session.
Okay, you got 2 questions. The first one comes from Scotty. And
Yeah,
then the
sure.
next person is Brenda.
Okay, Scott.
Okay, this goes back to the previous conversation, okay, about the quorum question. And this particularly becomes dicey when budget committee comes up, because if you have a 7-member board, you need 8 people at the budget committee, correct?
Okay, so budget law, I'm not going to cover right now. That's very specific, and because that budget committee is made up of a certain number of public and the quorum requirements are so bizarre. They're not a quorum of a majority. It is like you have to have a certain number of your board members and a certain number of public, but the public amount is lower. It's so complicated that let's do that offline. Let's let's talk about it offline. Anyone who, for the folks who have to follow local budget law, you should know that already. Your budget officer should know that. I'm glad to work with you, but it's so complex that I don't want to spend the time doing it right now.
Okay, and the next question has to do with executive session. And you're supposed to put down when you have the notice what section of the law you're using, you know, section A, B, C. But section F has always confused me in terms of that it says whatever basically. And could you expand on section F of the executive session law?
I don't have section F in front of me. Let me see. I guess I could look up section F for you, unless you can read it to me.
It's among those things I don't memorize.
Yep. It's one of those things I don't, let's see. Okay, here we are. Exempt public records. So I talked a little bit about this already, but a governing body may go into executive session and consider information or records that are exempt by law from public inspection. So there are, under public records law, there are certain records exempt. The one that, like I just mentioned before, that is, common soil and water conservation districts would be like the sage grouse conservation plans that landowners do. Those are specifically exempt from public records. And so, but they still have to actually be approved by the district board. And so while they're reviewing it, they can go under number F to review the conservation plan. They do have to come out of executive session to vote to approve it, but while they're looking at it and it's exempt public record, they can do that. Also, certain federal documents, because you work with Natural Resource Conservation Service, they have different kind of public records exemptions, and you may be looking at specific federal documents that are exempt, and therefore you could use this. If for some reason you're looking at nuclear safety plans, like those are exempt public records. And if you're looking, or maybe a dam, maybe it makes more sense. Maybe you're looking at dam safety plans. Dam safety plans are exempt public records. You could use this to go in there, but you need to make sure that whatever record you're looking at is covered under public record law as an exemption.
Okay, so it could include 2 different subjects entirely, basically under F, right? It could be a personnel matter or something like that, and it could be also.
Well, personnel matters are covered under. Well, okay, so here, technically, so if you're looking at a complaint or a legal matter, a legal document that perhaps is exempt under public records law, and you need to talk to your lawyer because some are and some aren't, and I'm not going to tell you which are and which aren't. While you're looking at that document, yes, you can use F. One thing I did see is that one time in a district, the chair gave a verbal summary of the document, and that was considered an executive session violation. If you're going to be reviewing a document, a physical copy has to be given to all the board members. Not a summary, but the actual document, because the exemption is not for discussing the summary, it's for actually looking at the document. That you could look at the document. However, at the point you're going to be discussing disciplinary action with the employee or board member, then you actually have to go into you have to inform them and let them decide, and you use the one for disciplinary action, which is, oh, I forget which one it is. B.
Yeah, what's some other number? Yeah.
So
okay.
Here's what I'll say is, it does get complicated. I'm always glad to talk on a case-by-case basis. But if you could always consult your legal counsel, which is best. And then also you can email the Ethics Commission. You pay a fee to them every year. And you can email them or give them a call, and they will actually give you their opinion on whether it's legal or not, or how to conduct it. And as long as you, generally speaking, there's a little bit of safe harbor as long as you talk to them ahead of time and you did what they said. If you don't do what they say, then you lose that safe harbor.
I'm done.
Okay. Other questions?
I got, yeah, my hand's up. All right,
Okay.
Eric. First of all, I just was at local budget training yesterday. I have 3 slides with the whole budget committee quorum. I could send that to you, Eric, and you can send out to folks if they're
Sure.
interested. It's little smiley
and
faces. It does a really good job explaining that.
Yeah. It's just very complicated. And generally speaking, individual districts will have a budget officer who has been through that training. And the first thing I think your directors out there should do is go to your budget officer and ask them. And if they don't know, then I'd be glad. I actually have those same slides. I just haven't looked at them in a while.
I'll let Scott know. I can go over it with Scott.
Yeah,
but my
you
question,
can send it to Scott.
my question actually goes back to all the other stuff you were talking about. And so back to the manager putting a work group together for an internal work group. If I wanted a director on that work group because they're an expert in the matter that we're doing, and it's just one, is that director need to be appointed to the work group, or are they there as a public member and not under the roles and responsibilities of a director?
Well, it's your work group. You can appoint whoever you want to it. And if you want to appoint some directors, that's fine. You're using them for their expertise, and they can still act as a director as long as they're authorized to do that.
I guess avoiding public law. I mean, avoiding.
Yeah, well, yeah. So just don't appoint a quorum. Don't ask a quorum of the board members to sit
Okay, all
on
right.
your.
It all comes to that quorum. Okay, I got it. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Then you have one more question from Peggy Hart, if Brenda's finished.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks for answering these questions. On that list of possible things that are allowed in executive session, are there any things that you're obliged to talk about in executive session and not in a public forum?
I suppose so. The one thing about public records is there are very few public records that are absolutely confidential, but those generally are related to like Social Security numbers or plans for nuclear plants. I mean, they're very specific and they're very limited, where they are unconditional exemptions. So you would be obliged to go into executive session for that. Sage grouse probably one of them. I think they're one of the unconditional ones. Most public records have a conditional exemption, which means most likely they're exempt, and so that would be a little bit of wiggle room on that. There are some ones about the ones that you never use, like public hospital medical staff and labor negotiations. I never actually have studied those because obviously that doesn't reach soil and water conservation districts. Also trade negotiations. Maybe for those you might have to, but in terms of real property transactions, I don't think you have to go into that, but obviously it's a good idea. So, you know, you can keep close to your heart what you want to, pay for a property. And we just talked about exempt public records. And of course, employment and disciplinary, which are the other two, you have to give the option. So, except for those public records. Go ahead.
Okay, so the public records, I mean, if you think about the nuclear or the Social Security issues, there's something that's governed by other concerns. Yeah, so thanks a lot.
Yeah. Anyone else? Okay. I'm still going to get to your serial thing, Scott. I will get there. So, public meeting law, talking about minutes, you have to have written minutes of all the meetings. You do have to transcribe them. There are now some ways through the archives you can keep things electronically, but since you have to keep minutes forever, it's one of the few things you have to keep forever. The only thing that really keeps forever at this point are pieces of paper. And then you have to have in there these various things. The most important part of that is actually the result of all votes and how each member voted by name. So if you do have across the top, that list the board members present at the meeting, and they said they voted unanimously, obviously then you know that everyone voted yes. However, if you just say the motion passed, that doesn't tell you how people voted. Or if the motion passed 4-3, and that's all you say, that doesn't tell you how each person voted. So you got to make sure that somehow we know how everyone voted, which usually happens if it's not unanimous and you spell out that it's unanimous. If it's like 5-2, you say, and this director voted no. And then you can figure out that the other directors voted yes. So make sure that in your minutes, you know how each person voted on each motion or resolution. Already really talked about like this, except for that last part though. If anyone is asked in writing, similar to public notice, you have to actually give people your minutes that they've asked for. Okay, so this is getting to what Scott asked about serial meetings. So common meeting law violations, we talked about executive session already, talked about what notice is, but if you don't do proper notice, that's a violation. So the one in the middle here, accidental meetings by email or telephone. So as Scott alluded to, there was a case here in Lane County which caused there to be concern about serial meetings held by telephone or email. So it is possible for you to have an illegal board meeting if a quorum of your directors, even in a serial way, start talking to each other by email or telephone. So that's the if say you have a 5-member board, Director A calls Director B on a topic, and then Director B calls Director C on a topic, that same topic, and happens to say, and Director A told me this. You now have 3 directors. They may not have all been in the same place at the same time, but they all talked about the same topic and they were interrelated, and therefore you had a serial public meeting by telephone. Obviously, if you got on a conference call with 3 of the board members, that would be a public meeting, but you can also do one serially. It's the same thing with emails too. Generally, what I see happen that's a violation of public meeting law is the manager will send out an email to all the directors, or the chair will send out an email to all the directors, and then the directors will hit reply all and start a discussion about how they feel about a specific topic. And so therefore they start violating public meeting law. Now you can easily avoid that by when you send an email out, because you can send information out. You can let the board know that, hey, we are going to be talking about this, or here is some material to review before the meeting, like the meeting packet. And you just use blind carbon copy so that any of the other directors can't hit reply all and start a conversation. But you do have to be careful too that, say it's a blind carbon copy, but director, coming from the chair, but Director B sends a private email to Director C and says, oh, the chair sent out this email about this. What do you think about it? And they talk to Director D. and therefore you have that serial meeting by email, and you want to make sure not to do that. The other thing you want to make sure to do, which I've seen before, is actually cause a vote by email accidentally. The manager does the right thing, sends out a blind carbon copy email, but is like, I want your opinion on whether or not I should spend $1,500 on a new copy machine because ours broke. And then each of those directors email back saying, yeah, I am fine with that. Well, the directors have just actually taken a vote by email to let the manager know you're authorized to do that. So make sure that as a manager, you're not going out and trying to collect opinions that are actually a vote. That's a little different than to say the manager or someone else says, here is a draft of our annual report. Please send me suggested edits or feedback, and you're just collecting all that and creating your own document. That's a little different than actually asking people to tell you whether or not you should go ahead and buy a new copy machine by sending that email out to everyone. Does that cover what you're talking about, Scott? Do you have a question, or anyone else have a question?
No, that's really important because it happens accidentally, like you say, and you notice there, and people need to be aware of, listen to people, whatever. Enough said.
Yeah.
Peggy has
there
a
is something.
question, and Brenda.
Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Sure, and I'll just say
Two
real
more
quickly
questions.
that discussions that are called time and place are all right. So if you're sending out an email to say like, oh, we need to hold a special meeting, when are people available? That's permissible to do something like that, as long as you're keeping to time and place and not actually discussing what the meeting's about. Okay, questions?
Next question was from Peggy.
I'm sorry, I didn't take my hand down. Sorry.
Okay, no worries.
That's all right.
Next question is from Terry Prieg Rigsby. Hi, Terry.
Oh, my camera keeps turning off. Sorry about that, but I'm here. I am curious about an email that goes out. You said if an email is blind copied to all the board members and there's sort of like an opinion is to be shared, but not like a vote. Does anyone have any edits to this letter, for example, like during legislative session? I'm assuming that's
going to be fine. But okay. What you don't want to do, because I could see this happening, is you ask for edits, then you send it back out, and you ask the directors, is this okay for me to send?
Got it. Okay.
Because now you're asking the board to make a decision.
Right. Okay. So if I'm just requesting input, but not permission or like a yes or no, then that's not taking a vote, correct? Okay.
Right, and it's one-on-one from you back and forth. But you do have to be careful because you could get into a gray area where you're kind of having a serial discussion. So, just be careful about how you do that.
Okay, thank you. All right.
You're welcome. Anyone else?
Then Brenda.
I think Terry might have answered it. I just send everything BCC to the board. Is that best?
Yeah, that's
a best practice.
Because I'm told, well, then, you sent this out as informational, but I didn't see who you sent it to. So I just got kind of a negative, but I just send it all BCC.
Brenda, at just FYI, at West Multnomah, what we will do is we'll blind copy the directors list group, but then it states in the message, directors are blind copied. So everyone knows, like whoever else gets it, like staff members, they know, and all the board members know that everybody got it, that we blind copied it because we did accidentally have like a meeting law violation when, we included everyone and a couple people replied all, and then all of a sudden we're having a discussion by email with all of the, with the quorum. So we always blind copy everyone, but we will state that so that there's no confusion about who has received it.
You put it in the body of the text or in the
Yep.
memo? Okay,
Or
all
maybe
right.
at the bottom, like parentheses, directors are blind copied or something like that.
Great idea. Thank you.
Great idea. That's great, Terry.
And then Jerry Ward has a question.
Oh, go ahead. Jerry? You must be muted.
Let me see if I can unmute him. Nope, I cannot unmute him. Scotty has a question while we're waiting for Jerry.
If the manager sends out an inquiry to how people feel about, just for conversation's sake, the district buying an airplane, okay? And said, do not talk about it with the other board members, but give me some feedback how you feel about it. Now, so the information is all coming back to the manager, but theoretically the board members are not talking amongst themselves. Is that kosher?
I think you're starting to get into a gray area. It probably, I'm not a lawyer. This is one of those areas you call Eileen Atkins and pay her $200 an hour for. But as long as it's not like a decision, like your manager's asking that to possibly, to go and actually make the decision whether they're purchased it or not, like they're taking an action based on your feedback. It probably is okay, but you start getting into a gray zone when you start asking for feedback that you might be making a decision based on, because then it's starting to look like a vote. I guess one of the things you'd always think about too is if this situation shows up on the front page of the Oregonian or the Statesman Journal, how are you going to feel about it? Does it could be legal, but does it really pass the red face test? So keep that in mind, like, oh yeah, we might be able to do that. My mantra often is just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Okay.
And now Jerry Ward's ready.
All right, Jerry.
All right, hope you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Terry brought up a good point, which maybe could be if the board had pre-authorized her or someone to craft a letter to whoever, and then she was asking for some feedback then subsequently to content of the letter for editing. How would that play? Because they're not making a decision. The decision's already been made in a board meeting, but then she's asking for feedback on the final draft or the final product of that letter. How would that work, Eric?
Yeah, again, we start getting into gray zones. And so, this, I've definitely seen the pre-authorization, usually for someone like the manager who is like, get asked for in a board meeting feedback, for say the annual report. And they're like, yes, we're going to, or the budget, say, not in a taxing district, but a regular non-taxing district, yeah, we're going to approve the budget, knowing that there'll be some changes to, say, the fund balances, beginning year fund balances. So that does occur. Yes, getting feedback on it sent to that person. I guess as long as your person who you've authorized to send that letter doesn't resend it back out to the board for final approval. So like they say, yes, give me feedback. I'm going to take that in, then I send it because you've authorized me to send it after feedback. That'd probably be fine. But if it's like, okay, here I've gotten the feedback, I'm sending it back out to you for you to take a look at and then tell me if it's okay. Well, suddenly you have all these directors saying, yes, it's okay, send it.
Okay.
By email. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does. That helps. Thanks,
Good.
Eric.
You're welcome.
That's it. That's
Good.
all the questions.
Lots of questions. All right, so hopefully we'll get to the public records and ethics, and then we'll take a break here. Public records law, the basic law that says basically the public has the right to inspect any record of the public body, except it's prohibited by law. So those are those public records exemptions. You do need to go take a look at what those are. There are a whole bunch of them. There's pages and pages of them, and they're very general in some instances, very specific in others. Most are conditional, meaning yes, they're exempt, but maybe not. I always say if you're concerned whether they're exempt or not, you should probably talk to a lawyer about it. But it's important to realize that a public record is anything that contains information related to the conduct of public business, and writing is both email and text messages and voicemails and things like that. What people also don't realize is that by law, a public records includes all your Post-it notes. Any of you writing little notes about what this meeting is going on, or when I'm at a board meeting and I have an agenda and I'm doodling all over it and I'm making little notes for follow-up. Technically, all those are public records that the public has the right to look at if they ask to look at it. Okay, so you want to be careful about what you write down, even if it's something that you don't have to keep, which we'll talk about in a minute. All those little pieces of paper are public record, but the nice thing is you don't have to keep them. A real example where this happens, where you want to be careful about what you write and whether or not you have to keep it under public records retention policy, happened in the Department of Agriculture several years ago. So someone called to file a complaint about aerial spraying drift out around Triangle Lake. The person who took the complaint on the phone was using a Post-it note to write the details. And I guess the woman was quite upset, and someone, it's terrible, but they wrote on this Post-it note, "This woman is batshit crazy." Now, what they did is they took the initial information on a Post-it note and then transferred it to the official complaint form, which would obviously be a record that would have to be kept. Thinking they were doing the right thing, they took that Post-it note and attached it to that official complaint. Probably once it was put on that form, they probably could have thrown out the Post-it note because that official complaint form was the public record. But because they kept that piece of paper, when this became a huge issue about the aerial spraying in Triangle Lake, and the Oregonian asked for all the information related to it, that Post-it note had to be included because it was kept. And that Post-it note about the person being batshit crazy ended up on the front page of the Oregonian. So that is just a lesson to know that whatever you write down, whatever your voicemail, text messages, anything like that, it is available for the public to look at if it's something you have to hold on to. But you may not have to hold on to everything. So just be aware of that as a director, as a staff person, or anything like that. So this is usually where people, board members, new ones who have been writing everything down, close their notebook and stop writing things down. So the public records, it's important to know that your emails between the directors, between the managers and directors, staff and directors, are part of public records law. They do need to be retained for a certain amount of time. Text messages on your phone, don't delete them. They have to be kept for a certain amount of time. Voicemails, on the other hand, actually you can delete them right away. But as long as you have them, they are part of the public record. If you're using your personal email account for district business, if you're using your personal telephone to send text messages back and forth or take voicemails, be very careful, because the fact that you use personal email or your personal device creates the situation where they're discoverable if there is ever a lawsuit. Now, if there's a public records request, you are allowed, and your manager says we have a records request, then please, all you directors, look through your emails to see what you have, your personal emails regarding this, or your text messages, or for a staff person, if you use their personal phones to send text messages, you get to go through and you get to cull all that stuff out and print out the emails for the public records request. However, if there's a lawsuit, and the judge or the lawyers say, well, we want to take a look at all your emails, and you've used your personal email account, they get to have your email and your password, and they get to look through all your emails, or they get to peruse all your text messages on your phone, and you have to turn over your phone. So it is my suggestion, and most districts do this now, but to be careful that your district should be handing all your directors an email account that is solely for the purpose of district business. For some of you, you might have an email server, so you can, do zone 1 at West Multnomah Soil and Water Conservation District.org or whatever it might be, or smaller districts that don't have their own email server, they'll do zone 1 at douglasswcd.gmail.com. Really important not to use your personal stuff if you don't have to. That's also why I tell districts that if you can afford it at all, give your staff people cell phones if they're using it to make phone calls and take voicemails and text messages for work. Really, they should have one that's issued by the district, because you're leaving them liable to have their phones taken away from them for discovery if you ever have a lawsuit. The last part of that is about the public records retention policy, which Scott and I were talking about a bit before. It's a very long list. I also have that list that they were talking about sending to you. That's the one I would have consulted. I just can't pull it up on my computer right now. It's a very long list, but in statute, it does tell you what you have to keep and for how long. You don't have to keep everything, but you do have to keep certain things. And some are forever, like your minutes, and some are for a very long time, and some are only for a year or two. But you do have to consult that. And by law, you have to have a records retention policy where the district can set their standards, with the state standards being minimum, for what they retain. So for instance, blueprints of projects and stuff like that, I think it's like 7 or 10 years. I don't remember off the top of my head, but it's not forever. I do know of at least one district that actually do keep them. And their records retention policy says we will keep all blueprints and project diagrams forever. That's because they feel that if they ever do get sued in the future, they want to have those available. I can get that. You're someone on, you're by policy, you have to have a custodian of your public records. They should know what that is. What those are. They should have that list. We can get that list to any of you if you want to. The legislature does update that and occasionally add things to it, subtract things to it, changes a number. That sets a minimum standard. And you do have to, that retention policy also lists, like when someone does make a public records request, how you handle that, the time frame for getting back to them, because again, there are certain state minimums for the time frame for that, and that's in your records retention policy and public record policy also. Any questions? All right, we already talked about this, what they are. Need to have a public records request policy, as said about that. I just want to point out that as an elected official, for whatever reason, and I can see why the reason why, your personal address, telephone number, and date of birth is a public record that is not exempt from being given out. Unless you can demonstrate that you're personally in danger from that being given out, and you actually have to submit a request for that, and you have to show, I think it's 6 reasons why that you have to answer, and you actually have to renew it every 2 years. So there is a way to withhold from the public your address, telephone number, and date of birth, but it is a process to go through. If you want to know what that is, you can work with me. I will get you what that is, and you would have to submit that to your, like, say, your manager or someone to make that decision based on those 6 points that you have to cover in your request to have it done. But if you don't request it, if someone asks for your address, telephone number, or date of birth, you get it. Yesterday, someone said a director got in the mail a birthday card on their birthday, and they were wondering why they got it. And this is the reason why, is they probably found out what their date of birth was somehow. All right, any questions about public records before I move on? All right, hopefully we'll get through the basics ethics quickly, and then we'll take a break here. We've had great questions, but it has made us go a little bit longer, but that's totally fine. So this is the real basics of ethics. It just scratches the surface. I would love to come out and do a longer one at your district where we can go into more detail and ask lots of detailed questions. So feel free to ask me to come out and do this for you. So who is covered by ethics? So public officials. So that's both your elected officials, your appointed associate directors, because they're considered volunteers with regular duties, and it also includes all your employees. And if you actually have any, quote, agents of the districts, that they would be considered a public official too. So your volunteers, importantly, your relatives, who will define in a moment who your relatives are are covered under ethics law, and that comes into play a little bit later. Members of your household, the same way. Anyone who lives in your household, whether they're related to you or not. And businesses with who you're associated with, there are some legal definitions for that. I'm not going to go into them now, but I usually do that in the longer session, or if you just want to email me about businesses with which you're associated with. But here is a list of relatives. So spouses, your children or your spouse's children, siblings, parents and spouse's parents, anyone you provide a legal support to, whether they live with you or not, whether they're related to you or not. And then there's some other ones related to where you get public benefits from. So ethics is about how you can't use your office. And the basic one is you can't use your office for financial gain or avoidance of financial detriment, but for holding of the office. So some of the simple ones that come up for this, generally related to equipment around the office. The copy machine is a great example. You don't get to go use the copy machine for personal reasons in your office because the public doesn't get to either, unless you let the public come in and use it whenever you want. So you can't go there and say, oh, I need a copy of my taxes or my driver's license for some personal use and do that. If you have a district vehicle and you can't fit that new 72-inch screen TV in your little Prius, so you're going to just take that district truck and go pick it up and take it home. The public doesn't get to do that. Something very interesting occurred down with a district where when we were talking about use of the copy machine, they said, well, we charge our employees 10 cents a copy if they want to use the machine. That's how we avoid this ethics issue. And I said, well, do you let the public make copies for 10 cents each on that copy machine? And I said, well, no. And I said, well, you're still in the but for clause, because but for being an employee, you don't get to pay 10 cents a copy to use that copy machine. So if you are going to continue that policy, you need to maybe put a sign in your window that says public copies available for 10 cents each and allow the public to do that. So just because you charge someone to use, say, yeah, you can use a truck, but you got to pay us $1 a mile. Does the public get to go pay $1 a mile to use that truck or not, or any kind of equipment around your district? Confidential information for personal gain. Sometimes, it happens less on the west side than on the east side anymore, but where directors would be looking through conservation plans from NRCS to approve them, because that's still the case in some areas around the state. It could be that you might be looking at confidential business information in those conservation plans, and you are a competitor with one of those operators who submitted the conservation plan. So any information you glean from that conservation plan, you couldn't use for your personal gain, for your personal business. And then we'll talk here a little bit about actual or potential conflicts of interest. Before I get to that, I'm going to talk about exceptions. The important one here about gifts from sources with an administrative or legislative interest up to $50 a year. This is important for both directors and for your probably senior staff, especially your managers. But anyone else that may be purchasing anything on behalf of the district, maybe you have an administrative person who goes out and buys paper and stuff like that. So you don't have to worry about a legislative interest, but an administrative interest is where you as a director or any staff people will be making any decisions that would affect the district monetarily or anything like that. So An example of this would be from, I'll take it from my own case, where as the manager at the SWCD, I was authorized to approve contracts up to $5,000. We had a regular excavator company, Dooman, did a lot of small projects for us, and so often it was under 5,000. So I would be able to approve any contracts with him. He had so many with us that every now and again we would get together, we'd have lunch, and we'd talk about all the projects he was working on. And he might say, "Hey, I'd like to buy you lunch." Well, that'd be considered a gift, and that was fine as long as those gifts did not add up to more than $50 in a calendar year. That would probably be, that is true for any of you directors out there, for any person out there that you might be approving a contract, any business out there that you might be approving a contract for, some kind of financial issue like that. You have to make sure that you don't receive a gift more than $50 a year. That's why too, if some contractor comes and says, "Hey, I want to give the district, this big gift basket of cheeses and sausages and a bottle of wine," either make sure it's under $50 if any individual is taking it, or you split it up among all the different people in the office or board members that might be have that administrative interest, and make sure everyone gets less than $50 worth of stuff. Now, because your relatives are part of this, and you have to be careful that that contractor doesn't give a $55 bottle of wine to your husband or your wife or your children. And I was at a training once from the Ethics Commission, where one of the person giving the training, one of their friends who happened to be a public official at another agency, invited her son to a Ducks football game. And she said, "That's great." And they bought the ticket. The friend bought the ticket and took both kids there. And the Ethics Commission member realized that they would potentially be making a decision that would affect that person financially if they ever were brought before the Ethics Commission. And therefore, that $120 Ducks ticket was worth more than $50, even though it was for her son. And so she made sure to pay that person back. So you got to be aware that it's not just about you, but this affects, your spouse, your children, and your parents, and your spouse's children, and your spouse's parents, or anyone who lives with you. So make sure that if you do take a gift from someone that you might have this administrative interest for, that it's less than $50 in a calendar year. Do I have any questions about that? Okay.
Eric?
Yes.
This also includes your sibs, right?
Yes, your siblings. Yeah, brother and sister. All right, so conflict of interest, which kind of expands upon.
I have
go
a
ahead.
quick question.
Mm-hmm.
What if you don't know that a family member has been given a gift by somebody and then you find out about it later?
Well, if someone makes a complaint and files it, the Ethics Commission is probably going to make some determination about it. And I can't tell you what the Ethics Commission is going to do.
Okay.
I don't know. That's going to be up to the Ethics Commission to determine whether or not you knew or not. And I'm not going to make a guess at what the Ethics Commission would say in that case. So
it only came up because my brother and I work in similar industries outside of work that kind of deal with similar government organizations, but we don't talk very often. So I wouldn't know necessarily if some gift was given to him that might then come back to bite me in the butt.
Yeah. I can't say what they would do or not. I mean, if it was completely unknowable and there was no influence, I mean, basically, so you aren't influenced. And essentially, you got to think about it as like, oh, okay, I can't bribe you directly, so I'll give this to your husband instead. I mean, that's what the law is about. I would like to think that if your husband got a gift for some unrelated reason, it just happened to be there was a connection somewhere, that they would probably, and you didn't know. I would like to think that they would take that into account.
Okay.
But you should always ask the Ethics Commission, and you pay for their services. So.
One more thing here's always bothered me is that when board members apply for a grant from the district, okay, they don't vote on that particular grant because it's a benefit to them. But
Right,
it always
so Scott, oh yeah, go ahead.
gets really fuzzy because if it's a competitive grant in some fashion, okay, basically other people are being potentially, not because they run out of funds or whatever it might be potentially ethical issues. So could you expound on that kind of practice?
Sure. In just a second, because my next slide will talk about those kind of instances.
Okay, well, I will listen then.
Okay. All right. All right. So first I want to talk about if an employee has a conflict of interest. You know, for instance, if the conflict of interest being that the employee, say it's just the manager even, or someone else was going to purchase a piece of equipment potentially from their brother's business, say that's a conflict of interest, obviously, because they're buying from a relative. They have to actually notify their supervisor in writing, so an email, something like that, and the supervisor has to dispose of the situation, i.e. take that person out of the decision-making matrix. And I think it's really important that district has a conflict of interest policy actually for their employees for what to do in a case where there's a conflict of interest. Now, for board members' conflicts of interest, which is a lot more common, there's actual conflicts of interest and potential conflicts of interest. And we will use that example Scott brought up. It's perfectly fine for a board member to apply for, say, a district grant, or, you know, to do that. Since they would actually have a benefit, obviously it's a actual conflict of interest. So they have to, you know, announce the nature of their conflict so that it gets into the minutes, and then refrain from discussion, debate, or voting. And then the rest of the board would go ahead and say, yeah, we approve this grant to this person. Now, Scott brought up the point like, well, is this ethical because, you know, there's a limited amount of money and should some of it go to this director? As we've had these discussions before in the past, where there's a difference between the legal definitions of ethical and what's a violation of ethics law versus what may feel unethical or be, you know, unethical in a more broader sense. So in your sense, Scott, yes, you could, there could be a broader ethical question that's not a legal question regarding that. So legally, there's nothing wrong with the board member getting a grant as long as they follow this conflict of interest policy and law by not discussing or voting on it. But there's nothing legally, ethically wrong with them applying for that grant. Now, your board could write a policy that says no director is eligible for grants. That's perfectly fine. But that's based on the board policy, but not on any kind of legal matter. Is that clear?
Yes.
So, yeah, so I will say all the time, there's a lot of things that, and I get this a lot, like people say like, this doesn't feel ethical. And I'm like, you're right, it doesn't feel ethical, but there's nothing in the law that says you can't do that. So just do keep in mind the difference between what's legally ethical or not and what's just general ethics in general, and that they are different. That's not to mean you can't have a policy that addresses those non-legal ethical issues.
And Jeff Becker.
Another I'm gonna go through this and I'll ask some more questions here, or allow questions. So another very common conflict of interest is, especially in rural areas, is the fact that a board member is probably like the only person that could bid on a contract, or that's part of their business, to do excavator work or in-stream work, or they have a crew that plants trees. That's perfectly fine. They could bid on it, they could receive the bid, but again, that'd be an actual conflict of interest. A potential conflict of interest might be where the board is voting to put something out for contract that a director knows they are going to bid on. That would be a potential conflict of interest. They might, you know, be awarded the bid later on, but at that moment when they're just putting it out to bid, that's just a potential conflict of interest. And in that case, they announce what that conflict of interest is potentially, and then, but they can still vote and discuss and debate and vote and to put that contract out for bid. But when it became time to award that bid, that would be the actual conflict of interest. Remember too that your relatives are involved or business that you're associated with. So for instance, the district board is deciding whether or not to approve a contract where your sibling or your parents or your children are part of that business or benefiting from it directly, then that would be an actual conflict of interest too. Let me get into the exceptions here and then I'll take questions. Let me do this part. So some exceptions to this conflict of interest policy is if there is some issue or action that would affect everyone to the same degree. This has happened where in some places where there's been fires in Eastern Oregon, the district has purchased, like say, seed at a discount and then resold at a discount or just given the seed away to everyone affected by a fire, including other directors. That would be fine because there's a whole group of people being affected the same way. It's not specific to an individual director or a relative of theirs being affected by it. It's going to a whole class of people that are the same. Membership in or member of a board of directors of a 501c nonprofit. So for some of you, you might be on your local watershed council board. And in that case, yes, you could probably still vote to give a grant to that 501c3 that you're a member of or on the board of, as long as you're not going to receive any of that money directly. So for instance, maybe if you're on the district board, but you are also the executive director of that watershed council, and that grant then would actually pay part of your salary as the executive director. In that case, this would not hold. But if just because by being a member or on the board, you can still go ahead and vote for something that might give money to that 501c3. And then the last one here is one of those instances, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And that is if because you need a majority of your positions voting for something. So say you have a 7-member board, but only 4 board members are at a meeting and you're trying to approve a contract, but one of you has an actual conflict of interest. So you could only get 3 yay votes. In that instance, once you declare that conflict of interest, you don't discuss, you don't make comment, you are allowed to vote in order to get those 4 yay votes. One of those instances, just because you can, you probably should not vote yourself a $50,000 contract because that doesn't look good. Legally, yes, you can, but you should probably try to at least get another director on the phone or postpone the vote until you can get another director there so you don't vote for your own $50,000 contract. All right. Are there any questions? Scott, any more questions?
Eric, I had a question. Now, you kind of did it, but I want to make sure I heard what you said. So I'm curious as to when an actual conflict of interest destroys the quorum. So
yeah, so that's exactly what I was talking about there in that last one. So if it does yeah, it's not the quorum you're destroying, it's the ability to affirm a vote by having 4 yay votes.
So just by first off, hitting the conflict of interest, making note of it, but then you can still take a vote if it's necessary.
Yeah, but you can't be part of the discussion.
Understood.
So you have to sit quietly while everyone else talks about it, but you can vote.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome. Anyone else? All right, just briefly, we got just like 2 slides here. Here's some acronyms that thrown out there often. Special District Association. They're the Association of Special Districts in Oregon. You probably get your insurance through there. You probably get training. You may go to their conference, things like that. Oregon Association of Conservation Districts. They will be giving a presentation a little bit later, so you'll get to know more about them. OCEAN, the Oregon Conservation Education Assistance Network, is mostly made up of employees at conservation districts, and they provide capacity education, and they put on that big conference Connect for for both watershed councils and districts. Network of Oregon Watershed Councils, there's different ways to say NOC, but I hear everything. They support the work of Oregon watershed councils, or similar to the OACD. And then, of course, the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, OWEB, is the government agency that handles the lottery funds and redistributes those through grants for watershed councils and districts and all sorts of different entities around the state. They're the ones with the money, so they get to be your friends, and you're very lucky to have the OWEB board, which is able to provide the funding for all the work that we do. There's a lot of resources out there for you. Feel free to call me at any time, send me an email. I love talking about this stuff. I love interpreting statutes and doing all these trainings that we do. And I really miss coming out to your board meetings. I know I can do it online since, now we have to have all your meetings, a virtual option online. But I really just love to come to meetings and be there in person and do a short training on any topic you want there. So that's it, unless you have any last questions, or we'll take a break. All right, that really went long. So, okay, let's take a 5-minute break here, and we'll get back, and then we'll go over fiduciary responsibilities.
Eric, this is Terry.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, on my agenda that I got on the OECD presentation was at 12.
Yeah, we're very
Yeah,
behind.
so I have a 12.
Would you like to do? Yeah, do you need to go? Because we can do that next with you. I'd be glad to do it next.
Yeah, that would be great because I have a 12:30 meeting.
Okay, yeah, I'm sure.
I'd
Yeah,
be
yeah.
late.
That's yeah. Sorry, I'm very sorry. This took longer. Lots of questions. That's why it went longer. So
Great conversation. Thank you. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Okay, we'll do it as soon as we get back. We'll do yours.
Scott, you left your camera on. Does that matter?
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
All right, we're going to get started again here. We're actually going to change a little bit. Terry needs to go to another meeting here. So I'm going to let her do the presentation from the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts. And then actually, I think maybe Karen, if you're ready, we can do you right after this one too, before we go on to some other things. So Terry, you there?
I'm here. Thanks, Eric.
You're welcome.
Thanks for including OACD in your trainings. I think that that's really beneficial for us to all get to know each other a little bit better. And I see a lot of familiar names on the participants list, but I want to introduce myself. My name is Terry Prieg Rigsby. I am on the West Multnomah Soil and Water Conservation District Board. I have been there for over 17 years now. And I am also on the board of the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts, currently serving as president. So there's a little bit of historical information here on this slide. Conservation districts were formerly part of the Oregon Reclamation Congress, and that included irrigation, conservation, and drainage entities. And then 1921, the federal law authorized conservancy districts, and in 1939, our state legislature created soil and water conservation districts. So we've been around since 1939, our districts, and just about 10 years later, we formed the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts to support districts throughout the state. And that's really why we exist, is to be a place to support districts regardless of size or geography, and to be a single place to provide support. So next slide, please. We currently have 46 soil and water conservation districts, and we're split into 5 regions. And that includes moving from east to west. We have the Eastern Oregon section, Columbia Plateau, Southern Oregon, Northwest Oregon, which goes up the coast, and then the Portland-Salem metro area. And that's relevant because we have 9 OACD directors, and we have representatives from each of those regions, and then a couple at large. Next. Actually, I'll just mention also a couple of years ago, we voted to include Soil and Water Conservation District staff as eligible to hold positions on the OACD board. So our board is comprised of 9 members, but we have, I think 2 or 3 that are staff members from different soil and water conservation districts. And we made that decision to really ensure that we had a broad set of needs and perspectives represented on our board. And I really think it's just made us so much stronger to have both a director perspective and a staff perspective when we're working on ways that we can better serve our districts. So in just last month in January, we held a legislative and regulatory training. Next slide, please. And part of that training, we encourage folks to get to know your legislators, and that can include, attending their, coffee with Representative Bauer, or signing up for their emails to hear what is happening in your own House and Senate district. And occasionally OECD also hosts legislative tours. It's usually during good weather months, so summer. And what we do is we invite legislators. Here you can see Andrea Salinas, that was state representative at the time. Now she's Congress, one of our Congress people from Oregon. But we host these legislative tours so that when we go into the legislative session, the people who are making decisions about financial allocations and either adding new programs or changing the way programs are managed and delivered, that they know who we are and what we do. So often I've heard that, soil and water conservation districts are the best kept secrets. Well, we don't want to be the best kept secret. We want to make sure that people know who we are and the value that we bring to the table for our producers, as well as finding that niche between working and natural lands and ensuring, clean water, healthy soil, good, strong production, and also healthy habitat. Next slide. This is one of the projects that OECD has been really involved with, which is the Sage Grouse Conservation Partnership. And I don't know how big this slide is on your screen, but basically what we have done is to partner with several states as well as the federal government through NRCS to support this multi-state project where sage grouse habitat was really deteriorated. There was a potential that sage grouse were going to be listed on the endangered species list, and we wanted to be part of the effort to improve the habitat so that the sage grouse were had a healthy enough habitat that they were no longer in this threatened category. And that's good for sage grouse, but it's also good for producers because then there are fewer restrictions on what they can do on their land. So what we did was we worked with NRCS at the national level and regional level, statewide, but then we also worked right down to the Soil and Water Conservation District and individual producer level to ensure that everyone was getting the resources that they needed to make those habitat improvements, and that we were coordinating across states. And some ways that we supported local partners was with some funding and capacity support. we help to develop some clear and consistent messaging. Of course, technical assistance is really important, and OACD itself does not provide technical assistance. We're really small. We have one staff person and a volunteer board. However, we are able to connect districts and individual producers with technical assistance. So we are that conduit to accessing technical assistance dollars. And we helped provide resources and venues for information sharing. And we were certainly involved in tracking the overall progress towards achieving the project's goals. We also, continue to be the advocate for our districts that were participating. This was an eastern part of Oregon, as well as the individual landowners, to ensure that the funders recognize the funding needs to be able to implement this project, and that those needs were met. And this is a success story. It's really exciting, and we want to make sure that that we're able to replicate this type of partnership in the future. So we have worked to showcase some of these success stories and share information and best practices across our districts here in our state, as well as some of the partner districts in other states. Next slide, please. So now we're working on carbon sequestration. And this is something that our Executive Director, Jan Lee, and our Advocacy Committee Chairperson, Stan Dean, who is also one of the Soil and Water Conservation Commissioners, are really focused on. So I will admit that they have more information about this than I do. But part of, we've been hearing a lot from the state and the federal government about carbon sequestration. There's a lot of funding that is being made available now from the federal government to access dollars, especially for conservation projects through soil and water conservation districts, to producers who will implement projects that will contribute to carbon sequestration. And so some of that is, first we have to, define what are healthy soils and what part can they play in carbon sequestration. And that's really important because there's a huge learning curve right now going on across the country and within our states. And if we aren't, if we don't have a shared understanding of definitions, then it's really difficult for us to move forward successfully. We are working, and by we, again, it's Jan and Stan mostly, but on behalf of OACD, we're working to identify financial resources. Again, a lot of money is coming through the Inflation Reduction Act, and then through NRCS to the state and to individual districts. And there's a lot going on at our own state level. So we want to make sure that those financial resources, when those decisions are made about how those financial resources will be allocated, we try to be at the table to ensure that they are allocated in such a way that they support our farmers, our ranchers, our small woodland owners, and then make sure that the communication is clear so that when the dollars are released, those folks are able to access them. Trying to better understand carbon ecosystems and what does that mean? And that includes training, honestly, and projects and demonstrations. So we need to understand what are carbon ecosystems? What role do they play in the work that districts do in, on the ground, voluntary, incentive-based projects? and how can we get our producers connected to those projects that support carbon ecosystems. And then, looking at carbon marketing, and that's a really complex issue. I just returned actually from the National Association of Conservation Districts annual meeting, and there was a presentation from a researcher from Cornell University talking about financing options for carbon sequestration projects and regenerative farming. And we know that there is a connection there. Like no-till farming, regenerative farming is helpful in as part of the carbon sequestration and ecosystem equation. And so, better understanding that carbon marketing is going to be really important. So next slide, please. Our annual meetings are really as strong as our participation is broad and deep. So we really, as I am president of the state association, but I really encourage as many folks to attend our meetings as possible. That includes directors and staff if they are available. And our next meeting is going to be in Central Oregon. It's coming up in October, and we time it so that we're not conflicting with other large conferences, and that it doesn't conflict too much with harvest times for some of our producers. We're all on different schedules. I understand that, depending on what you are growing or raising or logging. But we are, I'm really hopeful that we can have another really strong conference in 2023. 2022 was the first time that we were able to get back together in person, and it was really filled me with a lot of enthusiasm and confidence that we'll be able to continue the work that we do and really take advantage, again, of those federal dollars. I think that's so important. But we all need to know what is available in order to bring folks in. And I see a couple, Peggy Hart has her hand up. Peggy?
That was, thanks. Thanks a lot for the sagebrush and for trying to replicate it. But my real questions are a couple. How would we get more information about the federal dollars? Do we apply to you, or are we going to be allocated it automatically each district? How is that going to work?
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't more clear about that. So the federal dollars are going to be coming to the states. My understanding is primarily through NRCS. And so OACD isn't going to be in charge of deciding how those dollars are allocated. But what we will do is serve as a communication hub and a resource for making sure that information is shared with every district. And so I hope that everyone on here is signed up for our newsletter. And if not, please go to our website, which is oacd.org, and sign up for our newsletter. We try and pack it with as much information as possible. And as I mentioned, I was at the NACD meeting. I just returned right before the snow started. And NRCS is still trying to figure out the best way to distribute those dollars. So it will be coming to us soon, but it's not here yet. But what I'm hoping is that we can position ourselves well to take advantage of that. And like I said, they are right now they're working intensely to figure out the best way to create grant programs and to efficiently get the money out without causing a lot of burden, because as we know, sometimes grant applications and reporting and all that can be really burdensome. And so they have heard us loud and clear that we need more easy processes for accessing that. And so, yeah. Does that answer your question, Peggy?
Yeah, so what you're suggesting is that I look at the newsletter and then call you with more questions later.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, thanks. And I appreciate it a lot. Thanks.
Yeah, I really hope that Oregon can that we can be like one of those leaders at the end of the year with like Oregon had this many projects, taking advantage of funding through the IRA.
And are you going to be outlining in your newsletter and elsewhere suggestions for specific kinds of projects?
Yeah, that's a really good idea. And so I'll make a note of that.
So we don't have to improvise and then make clearance with you as to whether it falls under the law. That would be helpful. Thanks.
Yeah, and some of those projects you'll want to work with your NRCS representative, but what our part in the process is making sure that everyone's like connecting and that who the person is at NRCS to work with, and that we can help provide support for like grant applications if necessary. And sometimes the National Association of Conservation Districts can also serve as to provide that technical assistance in applying for and like developing project ideas as well. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
I'm making notes here, Peggy. And Peggy, which district are you from?
I'm Marion. We seem to like to ask questions.
Yeah,
as a group.
that's great.
Yeah. So you're working.
OACD office used to be in Marion County. We used to share our office space with Marion County. So.
Right. So thanks for all of it. Sounds good.
Yeah.
Appreciate
it. I think that's the last slide. Is that right, Eric? Okay. So I mentioned the website. So it's really easy to request access to the portal, and the presentation just stopped sharing. I don't know if Eric, if you could put that back up for just a minute, but I just wanted to show that at the Eric, could you put the presentation, could you continue sharing that, please? Oh, you're muted.
I hit the wrong button instead of the next
problem.
slide. So.
Well, anyways, what Eric had up on the screen was a shot of our website, and then as I said, sign up for our newsletter. And it usually, it has a lot of information about what we're doing. And so here you can request access to our portal. And this, some portions of our website are open to the public, and some you just have to request access. And it's a very simple thing to request here. So next. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Scotty.
Yes. You wait. As soon as you finish up, I have a question. Okay.
Do you want to ask it now, Scotty?
Okay, certainly. One thing that's always concerned me is that the dues paid to OACD from the districts. At the current time, I believe it's not changed. There's a cap of $5,000. Okay. And it seems to me that there shouldn't be a cap. It simply should be a very, very small percentage of your overall revenue. Basically, the richest districts are paying the lowest percentage, okay, of support to OECD than the rest of them.
Yeah. Scotty, I'm glad that you brought that up. We did actually change that, and we increased the cap so that the districts that have more funding are contributing more. And it's so we've been able to, continue to generate funding. And actually, the majority of the money that we use to pay for, we just have like one staff person and we do trainings and things like this today. You know, I'm a volunteer board member, so not paid. But the majority of the money that we have to run OACD and provide the trainings and other programs are through grants. So we use the modest amount of money we raise through dues to increase our income through grants. And Scotty, there was just at about the time I came on board, there was a lot of discussion about how to make the due structure more equitable. And we did make some changes, and I think it is more equitable now than it was before, but no system is perfect. And it is a percentage based on income. And and we no longer have a minimum amount that all districts, I don't think we have a minimum amount anymore of what all districts, even those that don't have much revenue, have to pay to be members. And as always, we are open to payment plans or waivers. And what's most important to us is not that we that we burden districts by asking them to pay a huge percentage of what their income is, but that we provide the right services for the districts so that they are supported to create the projects and access the grant dollars.
What's the new cap?
7,500.
Just also only went up from 5,000 to 7,500. That's all. Okay.
Yep, that was a 50% increase. So that was quite a bit for some of the districts. And that was the decision made by committee. And I would like to mention also that all of our board meetings are open to anyone that wants to join us. So they used to be closed to just board members. We welcome anyone that wants to join us. And, we can talk about issues like the due structure, if that's something that is of interest. So here's an example of our most recent newsletter. As you can see, we have a recap of what's going on with the legislative session, upcoming events, funding resources. Peggy, this is an example of somewhere where you could see what are the some funding resources that are available to our districts. And this also, for example, includes some information about the Oregon Conservation Partnership, and that is with Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board, with the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils, and with the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts, and with Oregon Association of Conservation Districts, and the Oregon Conservation Employee Association Network, OCEAN. So COLT, NAUSI, OWEB, and OCEAN, and ourselves. So that is something where we are regularly working with our partners to make sure that we are supporting each other, not duplicating efforts. Peggy?
You list the partnerships and the associations that you have. As conservation districts, does that mean through you that we also share in those relationships?
Yeah, I would say so. The Oregon Conservation Partnership is something that, the members of each of the organizations, so Jan Lee, our executive director, represents OACD. Here we go, has all of the groups. Yeah, we all work together, and we have a huge overlap in what we are trying to achieve. And we coordinate on monthly trainings online, like webinars. I found it really beneficial to attend those and have someone from like a couple watershed councils and maybe a land trust, because the questions I'm going to ask might be different than what they might ask, but then they might ask a question that I didn't even think to ask. And so, you know, it helps facilitate that conversation and the learning and the partnerships.
Okay, thanks. And so that all that information again is on the website.
Yeah, correct. Mhm.
Okay, thanks.
And next slide.
Terry,
Here's some.
We're gonna, could you, hate to ask you, but we're starting to run out of time.
Yeah,
So,
okay, that's fine.
could-
This is just an
yeah,
example.
there's a couple more slides. So,
Okay, I'll just be really quick. Here's some examples of how that partnership has worked, where we are able to get that we got a grant. We got someone who is understands, you know, public like basically public relations and journalism, and was able to get 14 different articles out since January 2021. And these are all about issues that impact all of us as soil and water conservation districts and land trusts and watershed councils. I'll go to the next slide then. Just try and get through these quickly. Next slide. Yep. And yeah, we can just leave it at this. So Jan Lee is the best contact if you have questions. Although you know, I'll drop in the chat my personal email as well if you're interested in you know, getting information from me, or you know, Jan Lee. She's really knowledgeable and very helpful. So my personal email and name is in the chat, and good luck to you, Eric, getting through the rest of the stuff today. I do have a meeting that started at 12:30, so I need to run for that. But thanks, everyone. Thanks for your thoughtful questions, and have a great rest of your day. Bye.
Terry. Thank you very much, Terry, for your presentation. So let's see. So we're obviously behind what even I expected it to go longer. And so I'm thinking that I still want to be done at 2 because I think that's important to do that. So I have the both a financial module about your fiduciary responsibility and things you should be asking, questions you should ask, and how to read your financial reports and things like that. And then the other module is kind of like board manager relations. So I would love to take some feedback about which of those 2 feel most important to you folks. You could put it in the chat if you want, say it out loud, but get some idea of maybe what you would like to hear. So just real quickly, you know, maybe just put it in the chat or something like that if you don't want to speak out.
Are you looking at the chat?
I got the chat. I see a couple for board relations, board management relations. Yeah, Scott?
Yeah, I would also think the primary one is the board staff relations.
Okay. Looks like most of us want about the board management relations, so we will go ahead and do that one. For the financial report one, I do think it's really important, but what I will do is, let me try to think. I will, well, if anyone wants to stay after 2 o'clock, I can do that. I don't mind doing that. Or I can record a session, do another session somehow. Maybe in 2 weeks, I was going to be doing some online, but just the first part of what we were talking about. But maybe I'll set up a special financial management or financial report one. So, or Eden, I see you have questions. You can always ask me the questions. So that's totally fine.
And we have more trainings. You can attend. There will be virtual trainings too later.
Yeah. But as I said, those virtual ones were going to be just the first part, but I'm glad to actually add one on. And I'm more than happy to come to your board meetings and have a talk at board meetings. I like doing that. So, all right. So Oop, that's not the one I want. Okay. All right. So this section is about roles and responsibility of boards and managers. So I talk a lot about with boards, the different types of boards, and I break them down into two basic types: operational boards and policy boards. Long time ago, and even leading now, there's been this transition away from like the smaller districts that weren't receiving much funding into larger districts with tax bases or just, you know, having a lot of projects. And they've been moving away from the operational board model to a more policy board. So operational boards generally are with smaller districts, and then they have a lot more like direct supervision of staff instead of having the manager structure. They're a lot more involved in the daily operations, and the manager or the staff have to go to the board for a lot of different authorities. So usually they may not approve any contracts, or you know, if something as simple as needing a new laptop, that's something that, you know, they go to the board for. And a lot of that is usually like constrained on like the resources of the districts, the number of people, the districts, the small budget of the district, that makes it more operational. And then as districts get larger, they work more toward a policy board. And that is where, you know, you have the more typical management structure where the board hires the manager and then the manager hires everyone else. There tends to be a lot less contact with the staff, and then the manager has a lot more authorities, usually is able to make any purchasing decisions within the budget allocations that are there, maybe up to a certain amount. And the board focuses more on creating and approving policies and that long range focus. So doing the long range plan and looking at the big picture. So I do feel that all boards should be talking about the big picture, even if you're an operational board. Doing that strategic planning, that long range planning, looking at the vision of the district, and then you know, not getting too caught in the day-to-day, like what's the problem of the day at the district, shouldn't be stuck at that level, and definitely leading by example. So I think about three duties of the board of directors: the duty of care, the duty of loyalty, and the duty of obedience. And what I mean by these, the duty of care is that you take care of the resources of the district, both the fiduciary resources, the money of the district, but also taking care of your employees, and taking care of the other resources of the district building, and then also taking care of your constituents who, you know, you represent. The duty of loyalty is that you place the district above any personal agenda. So you're loyal to the district. When the board makes a decision, that you go along with that decision, even if maybe you didn't totally agree with it, you're representing the board, so you're representing the decision of the board. And that your loyalty is first to the board of directors, not your own personal agenda. And then the duty of obedience is about obeying the laws, making sure that your district is following the legal responsibilities that it has, both for operational issues and employment issues and things like that. So those are kind of the three main duties of the board. For managers, it's actually the exact same thing. They should have that same care of the district, care of the resources of the district, and this the money of the district and the other employees of the district. And then, you know, they should also have a loyalty to the district, that they put, you know, the district is more about what the board has to say and what the vision of the district is, more so than their own personal, you know, agenda. And again, the duty of obedience, making sure that you follow all the laws and regulations related to operating a soil and water conservation district. Staff, exactly the same. Duty of care, duty of obedience, duty of loyalty. And in fact, with duty of care, which is about taking care of the resources of the district, used to be when we were doing more annual performance evaluations at the state of Oregon, and we've moved away from that, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit. One of the questions, there's only like 5 or 6 questions in our performance evaluation. One was, do we take care of the resources of the state of Oregon, i.e., our equipment that we have, our laptops, our vehicles, if we have an assigned vehicle. That was really important in our annual performance evaluation, is do we take care of the resources of the state of Oregon? So I think that's something really important to keep in mind, whether you're at the board level or all the way down to your staff level. So hopefully all your boards and districts have vision, missions, and values, or guiding principles as they're called. And if you don't know them, hopefully you can find out what they are. They're usually, printed somewhere in your strategic plan. Very good districts have them at board meetings, whether they're in a binder or they're up on the wall somewhere in the office, because this is what binds your district together. This is what makes your board and cohesive, what makes your whole staff cohesive, that everyone is kind of, understands what is the vision and mission of the district. So you're all aware of that, and that when things come up that sometimes might be difference of opinions and which come up, or different visions for the district, or personal agendas about what's going on, at least you can all go back to your vision, mission, and values and say, like, yes, that's a great idea. This fits in with what we're doing. Let's move forward with this, or at least let's have a discussion. Or does it fall out of this vision, mission, and value of what you do? So I think it's very critical that not only do you have these, and I know most districts have put these together, but very rarely do I go to a board meeting and when they're discussing items, do they actually refer back to these? So I would love to see districts make these more prominent somehow during their board meetings, in their discussions about where they're going and what they're doing, so that everyone is kind of on that same level playing field of this is what the district is about. This is where we're going. This is what we do. And this is how we do it, those values. So going to talk a little bit, and this is more the traditional management structure. Most of the districts, I think they're on this session right now, about the board's role versus the manager's role. And there's a very common theme as we go through these slides here. So the board's role obviously is to go ahead and recruit and select and hire the manager. And then also provide support for that manager later on, or executive director, or whoever, however you want to call that. I use the term manager and executive director interchangeably. Where the manager is the one that takes what the vision and the mission as set by the board of directors and the policies as set by the board of directors, and that is how they run the organization. That is how they run the district. And conversely, they need to keep the board educated and informed of what the district is, what's going on at the district. That is part of their duties and role. And then seek their counsel when it's necessary on which policies to pass. If they need to change their mission values, counsel. The manager usually puts together the budget, and then goes to the board and wants their advice on the budget, and the board passes the budget because that is their role. But that's seeking counsel in many different ways. The board role does very high level organizational goals and policies. So usually that long range planning, as I said, goes ahead and approves personnel policies and employment policies, and harassment policies, all the different kind of policies they might have. That's the board's role. Where the manager's role is to make recommendations of what those policies are and provide that background information. Excuse me. One of the things that I have seen in the past is sometimes the manager doesn't really do a good job of presenting those policies, suggestions or decision suggestions to the board. An example, and this is something that happened several years ago. I was working with a district manager who was having a hard time at board meetings because board meetings were just going on and on, a lot of discussion and not much happening. They just kept deferring any kind of decisions. So I actually went to a couple board meetings. And what I found out was that the manager would go to the board meeting, and this is one of the real examples from one of the board meetings, and not really present the background information that supported any kind of policy change. So they went to the board and they said, I feel that we need to raise our insurance, liability insurance rate. We're currently at $1 million, but I'm feeling like we need to raise it higher. What do you think? And so the board spent literally 45 minutes telling her what they thought, but they really didn't come to any kind of conclusion. And at the end of those 45 minutes that they spent on this, they went back to her and said, well, you know, hey, why don't you come up, do some more research and come back and tell us what you think it should be. So she did. She went back and she went and did. She came up with some recommendations, which we talked about, that before she goes to the board, she should know like some options, like we need to raise the policy amount. We could either do nothing, or we could raise it up to $2 million, or we could raise it up to $3 million. But I did the research and I think we should do it at $2 million. And this is the reason why. The board took 5 minutes to go, oh, thank you for your background information, for telling us which ones you suggested we do. And they were able to very quickly pass that policy, or that increase of rate. And in the future, we continue that of making sure that they would go to the meeting. She would put together a list of options with the background information, and then some suggestions. And I do see this often, the open-ended questions at board meetings, which lead to long discussions and often no actual decision, or often where decisions go very far differently, probably from where they should. So it's very important that the manager takes on that role as the expert, as the one who actually gets paid to spend all that time doing that research, because, you know, the board, they're volunteers. They usually come and work on this for 2 hours, you know, a month, unless they are the chair, which they might do more. But the manager's role and the responsibility is to put together a package with the background information and the recommendation of different kind of decisions they need to make. Again, this is very similar to what I just said. The board makes major decisions. They look at the big picture, and the manager's role is to actually kind of frame what the context of that decision is, and especially in terms of what the mission and strategic vision is, and bring a well-documented recommendation. So this is another way to reframe what I just said. A question, Scott? I heard.
Yeah, a couple of them. I haven't heard the word oversight in terms of board responsibilities. Okay, in terms of, in the end, it's all in the board's lap, isn't it?
Well, yeah, we'll talk about it right here. Actually, if you look at the slide right now, you oversee the manager in organizational performance. I knew you were about to ask.
But we're really looking past the manager, looking at what we're doing generally. The other thing I don't see is that the vision thing that you describe is usually pretty broad in general and not very specific. Okay. But my personal opinion, forgive me for that, is that vision means, you know, looking around and being one of the initiators of new programs. Okay. In terms of what we think is a good expenditure of funds that have a reasonable return on it. So, you know, I really see that personally, and you may not agree with me, that the board should show simply initiative in addition to, you know, their role relative to the manager.
Yes. And that's, you know, where we get into that long range planning, and where the board is responsible for that strategic planning and that long range planning. There's a couple boards. Clackamas was one that was doing it for a while, and I'm not sure if they still do it. And I was working with Wasco SWCD, not just on kind of like this 5-year strategic plan, but they were looking at 30 to 50 years out for strategic planning. So that visioning of like way out, looking at kind of that bigger picture and ideas that they want to do, that's exactly what the board should be doing. That's part of that bigger picture thing. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. It is the board's role.
I guess I'm saying, Eric, so much the vision stuff is kind of so broad and general that it has no meaning. So that's my concern.
Yeah, well, that's where you take the broad ideas about the vision and you create your strategic plan, which puts out goals and objectives on where that idea, broad idea of the vision, and then it's actually you put out, like, very more specific. These are the things we're going to do, and this is how we're going to get there. And then, of
Okay,
course,
well,
your annual work plan is where you determine, these are the tasks we're going to do to get to these goals and objectives. So I think what you're talking about is the general idea of vision, but in your strategic plan is where you get into this very specific ideas, those goals and measurable objectives.
well, I'll let you finish your thing there. I think we still have a disagreement.
Okay. All right. So the board's role is to oversee the manager, obviously do the performance evaluations of the manager, and do that too. But you should also be looking at the organizational performance. And we've started to have this discussion about the idea that we're really good at, well, hopefully you're very good at doing your performance evaluations for your manager, and the manager does it for the staff. But the idea of actually measuring the performance of the organization. And what exactly does that mean? Well, if you're really good about having some real measurable objectives in your strategic plan, that perhaps annually, like you do for your staff, you actually go through those measurable objectives in your goals and your strategic plan, and you see how you match up against them. Or if you don't really have those strategic plans, like many of them are a little bit more broad and wishy-washy and all that, that somehow you come up with some matrices about how you would look at your organizational performance as an entity. I've got it on my list because I think it's a great idea. I'm going to come up with some templates for how you might do that. So annually, the board gets together and actually does a performance evaluation of the district as a whole, not about its individual employees. Again, the manager's role is very similar. Again, just providing the information to the board, and it acts with really transparency and candor. I like some of the folks, managers, who say, I want the board never to be surprised about anything. So they're in constant communication. They don't try to hide anything. And then finally, the board hears it from somewhere else, which often sometimes happen when there's fiscal issues, but that there's always like the no surprise clause between the manager and the board of directors. The board is always informed about that. The board's role is to act as an advocate for public policy. If you do any fundraising or developing projects, and then working with your community and the different stakeholders, you're kind of the outward facing, working with all those people. It's also some directors, especially in smaller districts, might lead projects. That could be the board's role too. SWCD, where I was, several of the directors did very specific things. One of the directors is a farrier. And so he took on the role of talking about the district and particularly the CREP program whenever he was anywhere shoeing some horses. We had another director out there who was very concerned about the contamination of Lake Creek and the SWCD River due to lead sinkers from fishing falling off and getting into the water and the lead levels. And so that is something he took on. He was an advocate for that and for the policy around lead and lead sinkers. So that's part of the board's role. And again, it's just, as we talk about the manager, it's all about keeping the board informed. And if the manager, they're the one that spends a lot of time going to meetings, connecting with partners and everything, so they know what to bring back to the board that maybe the board needs to know about and do some advocacy about at the board level. So the question then becomes, when does the board get involved? Like what are the guiding questions the board should be asking themselves? Like, hey, we need to get involved in something about the board operations. Very simple questions. The first question, is it big? Is it really important for the district to get involved in? Is it about the future, talking about that strategic plan, that long range visioning, looking at the mission and things like that? Is it core to the mission of the district? Is it even something that the board should be looking at? Certainly there's lots of stuff out there that the board can talk about, and I've seen all sorts of stuff talked about at the board level. But really, you should be asking the question: is this core to the mission of the district? And this is where your strategic plan, I think, is really important, both for the board and for your manager and your staff. Is you can't do everything. And so you figure out what is your core mission, what is it the things that you're going to work on, what are your goals, and therefore when something comes up, you know whether or not it should be addressed by the board of directors. But you also update your strategic plan every few years so that your core mission could change. And you could come up with new goals, new objectives of what you want to do, because those do change over time. Right now, carbon sequestration is big, but 10, 15 years ago, that wasn't on any district's radar, or sage grouse wasn't on anyone's radar, or back when I started, salmon was barely on anyone's radar. So your core mission and your goals will change over time, but in the moment, you want to be able to compare something that might come up to your strategic plan and what your current goals are. Do you need to make a high-level decision to resolve a situation? Is it a disciplinary matter that you need to talk about? Is there some concern from outside agencies that you need to talk about? Is it something very high level that you do need to make a decision? And then does the manager want and need your support? I think it's very important for both the manager to realize, like, hey, I need the help of the board. This is something I can't solve by myself. And then for the board to realize when that happens and actually does give the manager support. I've certainly had conversations with managers who feel completely unsupported by the board, have gone to the board and said, I need your help with this issue. And the board either ignoring it or just saying, well, that's not our job. If the manager comes and ever asks you for your support, I think that's a really big sign that you really should get involved. Even if perhaps it may not be traditionally where you get involved, if they're asking for help, you really should think about how you can give them help. Then is the watchdog walking? Is the watchdog watching? So you really need to get involved if you start seeing letters from the IRS because you haven't been doing your payroll taxes, or letters from ODA. We realize that a lot of times we work with the managers, but the managers never let the board know that there's an issue. And so we found that we actually need to start sending letters to the chair and the rest of the board so that they're aware that they need to get involved in some issues more down at the operational level. So we are starting to do that just to make sure that you're aware. And if you get a letter like that, or if you're getting, some letter comes to you from OWEB or DEQ or any other kind of regulatory agency, that's the time where you should go, maybe we need to get more involved. So if there's a watchdog, any kind of regulation agency watching you, sending you letters, that's the time to get involved. Don't just go, well, we'll let the manager handle it. Really, you need to dig more into it. And so finally, then I want to talk about red flags. I'm not going to try it because it's really hard to do it in this kind of situation. But what are some of the red flags that if you see them, you should go like, I think we need to have more discussion about this. We need to get more involved in the operations of the district. So some of them are listed here. This is a few, and these are ones that I have seen quite a bit. If you have a lot of canceled board meetings because either you don't have a quorum or something happens, the manager's like, I'm not ready for it yet. If that happens once or twice, that's okay. But if it's consistent that there are a lot of canceled board meetings, that's a big red flag. And maybe the red flag is that the board needs to take a look at themselves and say, do we have the right people on the board, because they can never make the board meetings and we never have a quorum. So that's also reflection about the board looking at itself, but also, are there any operational issues happening with the management and staff? I also get really concerned about board meetings with very little content. It's really, in one way, fabulous to go to a board meeting that lasts only 30 minutes long. But when month after month, the only thing that happens is there's passing, approving the minutes, looking at the financial report, and maybe having the district manager or staff person talk for 5 minutes saying, yeah, everything is great. And that's the entire meeting. And trust me, there are boards out there that do this. Then that gives a big red flag that you really don't know what's happening at the board meeting. You're probably not asking the right questions, especially if the finance report is just passed right away without discussion, without any questions, and that was in the other presentation. Conversely, may not be a red flag, but something you want to look at. If your board meetings are going on for 3 or 4 or 5 hours, and sometimes they do, and that you may need to look again at your processes. Why are these meetings going on so long? Are there things that maybe don't need to be discussed, or are there a lot of issues that month after month you're having to like discuss a whole lot of things because there's so much going on at the district that you're involved with. Maybe there's some operational issues causing all those things to be brought to the board. Or maybe the board is actually getting too involved in operational issues. So board meetings that last month after month for 4 or 5 hours, and there are some, and I've been in those, that is another red flag that maybe something needs to be looked at and maybe something changed. Inconsistent or incomplete financial reports. If you're finding that you're not getting your complete financial reports, and I talked about this in the presentation we didn't get to, month after month, or what I've seen is like the financial reports weren't ready yet because it was near the beginning of the month, that's a real issue. This is one of your primary responsibilities, ensure that money is being spent in the correct way. And really, there's no reason why you can't get good financial reports for your board meetings. There might be something every now and again, the bookkeeper got sick, just a couple various things, but if it happens again and again and that you're not really getting proper board reports, that's not okay. And I've seen this really way more often than I would like, that the manager or the bookkeeper says, I didn't get it done, but they haven't gotten it done month after month. Or the financial reports, a P&L and a screenshot of the bank balances from the online banking system. That's not okay. That doesn't work. That doesn't provide you the information that you need. And I would be concerned about that enough that you need to look into why are we not getting complete or inconsistent financial reports. Some of that, if you're finding there's lots of excuses why things aren't happening, reports are late because I was sick. That's a one-time legitimate excuse for sure. Or I was busy on a project. Yes, that's true. Probably, it's middle of summer. They could be very busy working on projects and couldn't finish reports. But if there's consistency, lots of excuses for things not happening, and each individual one might be valid, it's still an issue that this is a red flag that we need to have a talk with the manager, or we need to get involved operationally because maybe we don't have enough staff. Maybe there's issues with being able to adequately do their work, various things. But if you got consistent excuses for things not happening, you need to get involved and take a look at deeper. No performance reviews. Scott, did you have a question?
Yeah, the financial stuff. What did you recommend? Or maybe this you'll cover the next section, but what specific things do you think the financial report should include?
Yeah, that's a whole other discussion that if people stay on for later, I'll do in the financial one.
You'll go down your flag list.
Yep. Okay. No performance reviews. I'm actually amazed at how often managers don't get performance reviews, or if they do, they're not adequate. So I'm going to say something controversial, and Scott, I'm sure you might have something to say about this, but I would argue that the people that are least ready and capable and knowledgeable about the manager is the board of directors. If you think about it, as a board, your interaction with your manager is, for the most part, except for maybe the chair, is 2 or 3 hours a month at the board meeting, where most of the talking is being done among the board members. If you think about who has the most interaction with the manager, who knows them best, who knows how well they're doing their job, it is not the board of directors, but instead it is going to be your staff, and it is going to be your partner agencies out there, the people who interact on a daily basis with your manager. So when you do your performance evaluations, and when I see that the board has handed out a survey from the chair, and the board puts together that survey, and that's all they evaluate the board on, the manager on, all they're doing is evaluating how good the manager is at presenting information to the board of directors, but not their actual job. So I really encourage you, when you think about doing performance evaluations, that in some form or the other, you do what's called like a 360. That's a whole formal process. It doesn't have to be a formal process, but that you do go and you ask the people who work for the manager and who work with the manager, your partner agency folks, how they feel. Because often you will certainly get a different opinion than what you get from them being at the board meeting. So I think that's really important to realize that as board members, you probably know your manager least of all, as opposed to the other people that work in the district. Obviously, if you get a lot of staff turnover or you hear the staff grumblings, that's a big red flag. You're going to want to go like, why do we have a lot of staff turnover? I mean, there could be very valid economic reasons for that. But if it's very consistently you're losing people, then you probably need to get involved. And it may be simply with the purpose that you don't provide a high enough salary to keep them around. But then you should taking a look at that. And then also, if you're starting to hear grumblings through the grapevine from partner agencies, and I've certainly been at board meetings where one board member says, you know, I was talking to someone over at ODF and W, and they said this about our district, and I was quite surprised. And so if you start seeing those red flags that your partners are grumbling about the district, you should really take a look at that and get more involved at the operational level than maybe you're used to. Does anyone else have a red flag maybe they want to state that's actually happened, or what they might think about?
Peggy May. She has
Peggy
her hand
May.
up.
I've been asking so many questions, and I thank you for the time. A couple of them are simple, I think. You said something about the farrier advocating and the man with the lead in the streams. And I am confused about something because I understood that I had to get permission to do that kind of thing. If I mentioned that I was doing it as a member of the board, do I have to get approval from the board to do that kind of work?
Yeah, I mean, if you're doing that kind of work as a representative of the board of directors, then yes, you would need to. The board should in some way say, you know, give some approval for you to represent the district as you're going out on your regular job, or to do the monitoring of lead as an official activity of the district. That doesn't mean that, you know, kind of as a board member going out and just promoting the district in a general way, just as by being a board member and talking about it is fine. It's whether you're specifically representing the district. And in the farrier's part, you know, he was doing it to really promote CREP on behalf of the district. So he's kind of acting almost like an employee, you know, so that's specifically what he was did. And with the monitoring, he was doing that long before he actually more through the Watershed Council before he became a district director. But once he became a district director, he kind of wanted more formalized and use some resources of the district to go out and do that monitoring. So therefore, the board had to approve him doing it, which was done through the annual work plan, where it was part of the annual work plan.
Okay, I have a couple more questions. I hope they're not too long. Scott mentioned about taking initiative, and I was listening to Terry's previous discussion, specifically about the availability of the money. Where how do you balance the tasks of board members and staff in the process of coming to understand the possibilities, for instance, of that federal money on sequestration? Should the board just stand back and learn about it and let the staff take the initiative to actually seek out, for instance, that kind of funding?
Well, I think that I think the board should, take any initiative they want. What I think is important is to have a discussion, if not a policy, about how much the board interacts with the staff directly about these kind of things.
Right.
Mostly so that it doesn't appear that you have 7 managers trying to tell the staff what to do. So the instance might be like, you found out about this great opportunity for this funding thing. It's one thing to go and tell, your manager, or maybe you talk to staff about, hey, I heard about this thing. I just want to let you know about it. I think it's important.
Okay.
Versus going to them and saying, hey, John, you're the conservation tech, and I want you to go do this.
Perfect. Okay.
So,
thanks.
it's just about kind of how you frame it. And I always think it's really important to have a real honest discussion with the manager and the board saying, okay, we feel as a district this level is appropriate. What I have definitely seen in the past, there's a retired board member who likes to talk, really knowledgeable, comes into the district office every day because they have nothing to do, and they sit and talk to everyone, and it takes their time. And also the staff starts to feel like, yeah, he keeps saying these things that I should be doing, and I feel like he's telling me I need to, and he's a board member. What do I do? And they have to go to the manager and say, like, do I do what he says or not? So
Because from
having
our distance, we're not as clear as we maybe could be about their time constraints, and that's, I guess, part of my concern. You don't want to bring things up that are not they're not in a position to follow through on just because of the limits of their time, and that's helpful what you said before.
Yeah, I really am big belief that there's a broad range of how you can handle this, and it needs to be discussed. And if you need to put it into policy, but some of these things you don't really probably need to put into policy as long as you've had a really good discussion and there's no real issues. But then if you do start having some real issues and you have I'm not going to do it, but the other half of this presentation that was there was extra time is about rogue board members, rogue managers. If you have a rogue board member who says, I don't care what we talked about in the meeting, I'm going to do this anyway, I'm going to go bother the staff people because I think it's my right, well, then you might need a policy about it. But often you don't need a policy, you just need to have a good, frank discussion at the board meeting.
Okay, great. Can I ask one more question that is way too much?
You may, go ahead. No problem.
I've had discussions about this, and that is the bigger question of projects. And on the surface, they seem to be serving the purposes of the district. But wondering how to evaluate the actual effects and usefulness of something we've spent money on. Say drip irrigation. Yeah. Something like that. Are we actually, how do we make an evaluation?
Yes.
Along that kind of thing?
That's a really good question, and I think a little bit beyond the scope of right now, but I think what's important is that you want to ask those questions, and I do think that gets to the idea of the performance evaluation of the district. So you could, one of the things you could do is you have your goals and objectives in your strategic plan. And then you take a look at your projects and you compare them to what these goals and objectives are in your strategic plan. Does that project fit into what your goals and objectives are? And you could look at project by project. Do they fit in there or do they not? That could be one way to do it. I think there are probably several ways to do it, and monitoring the effectiveness and the appropriateness of projects. I mean, OWEB has been spending hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to figure out how to monitor this kind of stuff. for themselves, whether all their projects fit, are worth it and fit into their thing. So it's not an easy answer whatsoever. But I'd be glad to sit down with Brenda and your board and say, well, how could this work?
Okay, because I think from what you just said that maybe a discussion to set up a comparison between the different projects is probably more useful than trying to figure out some precise way of monitoring them, because it's apples and oranges in a lot of cases. And so maybe we should just keep it in mind that we should at some point, if we do this board district evaluation, that we include that in the discussion. Does that sound like a good way to approach it?
Yeah, I think that's a really good way to do it. I mean, and ideally, actually, that comparison to your strategic plan should happen before you even start the project. Like your staff should be going like, "Oh, I have this project opportunity. Where does this fit into our whole mission and values and goals and objectives?" And for instance, the Upper Willamette just went from having, less than 2 people full time to now they have 12, I think, something like that, because they got a tax base, and down here in Lane County, it's quite big. But one of the things that I worked with them on, and full disclosure, I'm associate director there, but I worked on a pretty detailed strategic plan when they wanted to go for the tax base. And that's been really helpful right now, because everyone in the world, all the watershed councils, the land trusts, everybody is going, hey, help us, help us, help us. And so their conservation program manager, their district manager, when someone comes with a request, they're able to actually go and compare it to their strategic plan, and more importantly, through their annual work plan, what they're going to focus on that year. And that allows them to go like, yes, we're going to do this project, pursue it, or no, you know what, this doesn't fit into it. So really, actually, by the time you do the project, it should have already been compared to that strategic plan.
And then some are easier than others, and so they might get a priority that isn't justified.
Right. Very true.
Okay. Thanks.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a quick question. I'd like to know what the downsides to an idea. Basically, it's the old idea of the employee suggestion box, but then have those suggestions go to a member of the board to evaluate that. I don't know. There's clearly a downside to everything, and I'm just curious about your perception of, has that been done before? What are the issues? Blah blah blah.
I haven't heard of any district that has like a suggestion box per se. I do think that I've been at some districts where they have a much more open policy of communication between the board and the staff, usually in a smaller district, where they do directly ask the staff for suggestions and things like that. I just can't really answer that question. I don't have a whole lot of experience working with districts who have suggestion boxes. I think they could probably serve a good purpose. But if they just become a place to file complaints, maybe you need to, I guess this would be a red flag. If you get a lot of complaints through a suggestion box, then maybe you need to look at what's going on. So,
well, suggestion boxes don't necessarily have complaints. They could be positive suggestions too. So,
well, I know, but yeah. What I'm saying is, if you find that it just ends up being a repository for a complaint after complaint,
yeah, okay.
Then I think you have another issue. Any other questions? Okay, I'm not going to do this. I think I'm going to end here. This was actually a bonus if for every reason we had extra time. So what I want to do is maybe let me get out of this screen here. Let's see. Okay. It's almost 2 o'clock here. What I'd like to do is, Karen, did you want to say anything right now about your job? I know we couldn't really do your presentation. And then if there are people who would like me to go through the financial presentation, we'll take a short 5-minute break, and then I'm more than happy to do that. depending on how many questions Scott has. Just kidding, Scott, because we talked actually before this whole thing, and you're like, I'll keep my questions to a minimum, and you've been doing very good. We could probably get through that one in about like 30 or 40 minutes or something like that, or even quicker. So, Karen, did you want to say anything? Did we lose Karen? Did she go away?
No, you didn't lose me, but I did step away. No, I don't have anything to say.
Okay. All right. Karen was going to originally give a little bit of an update about the some of the things going on at SWCD and water quality program. But okay, so what I would love to do is maybe in the chat or raise your hands, let me know who would love to stay around for those financial reports. It looks like Michael's there. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and do it. So I've been asked about the slide. So what we will be doing is we will taking this recording. I'll put all the slides up, and probably I'll have a little bit more supplemental material also. We're going to be putting those on our website at ODA, but only after I finish all of these trainings. And then what I'll do is we'll send out probably to the managers who can then send it out to all you directors, the link to actually get to the website with all this material for you. Were the hands that are up, was that just for saying you want to stay, or does Allison have a question?
Just stay.
Okay. Susie's there. Is that, you
Just
have a
that I'm
question?
going to say I didn't have a question.
Okay. All right. Anyone else? Any other questions before we take a break? We can take a break till 2 o'clock, and then I'll go through the financial one. And Scott, I do love your questions because they're actually really good. They make me think. They make me ponder my own thoughts.
I just worry about taking up other people's time. That's all. Anyway.
All right. Let's get back then in 5 minutes at 2 o'clock. All right, I'm back and it's 2 o'clock. So we'll go through this fiduciary responsibilities. All right. As I said before, my personal belief is that your greatest responsibility as a board member is your fiduciary responsibility, that you need to take care of the public's money and make sure it is spent in a legal and responsible way. Why is this important? Well, as I said, you're the custodian of public money, but it's also written in the law that you have a personal liability for the misuse or loss of public funds. It is definitely have to be a dereliction of duty kind of issue, but there is that personal liability written into the law. So you need to make sure that you do your best, and as long as you're doing your best, that to handle the public's money, that is your job. I don't want to scare anyone that says, "Oh my gosh, am I responsible for the $8 million up at there at Tualatin?" But if you have a very severe dereliction of duty, like money is being spent wrong, or you purposely misspend money or illegally, you do have that personal liability. So that's another reason why it's important. It's also important to have a good handle on your finances for your strategic planning and decision making. It's important whether you're a district with $150,000 a year budget, because the only grant you get is the district capacity grant, or if you're like one of the big city taxing districts and it's $2, $3, $4, $8 million. It's all important for your strategic planning and decision making. So I hate to tell you that fraud does happen. It happens at soil and water conservation districts. It has been happening, and I'm sure it will continue to happen. Luckily, it does not happen very much, but it does. And fraud is not just theft. I mean, that's the obvious one. And there's certainly been issues of embezzlement happening around this soil and water conservation districts over the years. Luckily, only a couple instances, but it has happened. But even just kind of the misuse of public funds and resources, partly through ethics violations, but just not handling them well. Most often what I see is in terms of fraud is actually hiding the true nature, the financial health of the district. I see that happen quite a bit, or I expect it to be happening. And one of the major concerns to me, as I said in the red flags, and we'll talk about more, is when there's very incomplete, very inconsistent financial reports that you really have not enough information for you to deny financial health. And some of the districts that we've had issues with financially, generally what happens is that the manager is not providing the financial reports to show the fiscal issues, and then they're taking actions trying to cover that up. That is probably bordering on fraud, maybe not legally, but certainly possibly ethically. And then my last one here I have is the screwed up books. And sometimes it's not really fraud, but people who really don't know what they're doing to do fund accounting, which is very complex. And certainly districts that follow local budget law, that's even more complex. But even just fund accounting, I've certainly been working with districts where I've taken a look at their finances and I can't really understand it because the person did not do fund accounting, and it was really hard for them to tell what they've spent on specific grants, how much money they have in their unrestricted funds. And I've been around districts who thought they were completely bankrupt, and then when we went and we kind of figured out what their QuickBooks really looked like and kind of did the work, I was like, well, you're not actually really bankrupt. You just haven't made the right fund request, in order to, get your money back for what you've done, and because it didn't show up in the book. So we'll talk a little bit about kind of what those reports should look like and stuff like that. So here are some of the questions that you really should be asking both yourself, your board, and your manager. How well do I understand the financial reports? Financial reports is a lot of data, a lot of numbers, and not everyone understands them, and that's okay. But you should definitely be asking yourself, when I look at a financial report, do I understand what this means? And if you don't, then you should ask someone who does understand what that means, what they are. I'm a big believer, and we'll talk about it a little bit later, is that someone on your board should know financial reports well and how to interpret them and what they mean in order to help educate the rest of the board and provide contextual information for the rest of the board. This may not be one of your elected officials, and if there's no one that's elected that has that background information to read financial reports, I would highly suggest use your associate directorship to find someone who can do that. Someone who maybe was a banker, someone who had their own business, someone who worked in the nonprofit sector before, or currently works in the nonprofit sector who does fund accounting. Ask them to be on as an associate member for the sole well, hopefully maybe more purposes, but the main purpose is to help you with the finances of the district, help you understand where you are. I don't know how, I can just tell when I go to a board meeting, people get their financial reports and everyone's flipping through it. And I can tell that most of the people just don't have a real idea of what they're looking at. They go, oh, well, they look at the balance sheet and they go, yes, we have money in the bank. We must be good. They look at a P&L and it like, oh, well, we have a positive net income for the month. We must be good. But that's not really potentially the case. Those things don't really tell you much without context and understanding the full scope of those financial reports. Then how well do you understand your system of internal controls? Hopefully all of you have fiscal policies with good internal controls, but do you know what they are? And how effective are they? How effective are your internal controls? You know them? And are they effective? Are they followed? I would suggest every board member know what those internal controls are and ask your manager what they are. Look for your policy and then help evaluate the effectiveness of them. See if they need to be changed. And then lastly, how much do you discuss the finances of the district amongst yourselves and with your manager? And I have staff there because some districts are so small that really the bookkeeper interfaces directly with the board treasurer or the whole board to present stuff. So really, how much interaction do you have? Do you just get your financial report at the board meeting and you all look at it and go, this looks good, and that's it? Or do you ask questions? Do you talk about your finances outside of the financial reports? That's a really important question to ask. So how can we prevent fraud from happening or just fiscal issues from happening? There's, I think, 4 cornerstones here. One are the internal controls, and we're going to talk about that. We'll actually talk about all of these. Actively participating, so asking questions, having at the board meeting when you get the financial reports, asking the questions, asking the people who know, and stuff like that. Having training and education, so doing what we're doing right now, sending your board members off to some SAO trainings. They have whole trainings on financial issues too. Maybe sending some extra board members to your local budget law training, which is actually online instead of just your budget officer. Maybe send some of your other board and staff there so more than one person knows local budget law. And then competent and trustworthy employees. I hate to say we need to make sure we have trustworthy employees, but that's why generally when you hire a bookkeeper, you might do a background check just to make sure that there's not any issues that way. And then also competent. Unfortunately, I've seen districts hire bookkeepers who are great bookkeepers, but they did not know fund accounting, which we'll talk about in a minute, and therefore the QuickBooks was really messed up.